Secretary undertake to remit and allowance to the said personnel who are yet to be facilitated, and state by when this will be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replied before the Committee on Administration and National Security. As indicated earlier on, honourable members, I defer statements to the next sitting of the House. I had already noticed the member for, I don't know whether there was there any member who was on the floor when the House rose? Yes, I remember the member for Kisumu. Sorry, Honorable Leader Majority.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me...
Sorry, there's one statement, only one crucial statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on May the 3rd, 2021, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, I wish to officially welcome members back from the recess which we had to take in compliance with the Ministry of Health guidelines. Also noting that we were able to hold our special sittings on Wednesday and Thursday last week to consider several key motions. Most importantly, we've considered and are still considering the Constitutional Kenya Amendment Bill of 2020 at great length, and I'm happy that a majority of the members who wish to contribute have already done so or will be able to do so in the course of this afternoon. Honorable Speaker, during the afternoon sitting of Tuesday next week, we shall be considering the following bills: the Public Fundraising Appeals Bill of 2019, the Kenya National Library Service Bill of 2020. We've also scheduled the following bills for debate as second reading: the Narcotics, Drugs, and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill of 2020, the Wakfu Bill of 2019, the Social Assistance Repeal Bill of 2020. Honorable Speaker, during the evening sitting of Tuesday next week, the following committee reports have been scheduled for consideration. Report on the Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on the formulation of parliamentary broadcasting channels. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2017-2018. Report of the Finance and National Planning Committee on inspection visits to the Kenya Revenue Authority offices to ascertain the impact of revenue enhancement initiatives on revenue collection. A report on the Labour Social Welfare Committee on the implementation status of the report of the petition regarding deplorable working conditions of workers at the Kwale International Sugar Company Limited. And 5, the report on the Transport, Public Works and Housing Committee on consideration of the bilateral air services agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the Russian Federation. And lastly, the report on the Public Works and Housing Committee on the explanatory memorandum on the bilateral air service agreement between Kenya and the United States of America. Honorable Speaker, the budget cycle is still ongoing, and we have already received the budget estimates for the financial year 2021-2022. The Departmental Committee and the Budget and Appropriation Committee will be required to fast-track consideration of the estimates, given the short timelines we are working with. This is because the House adopted a motion altering our calendar to reduce our May recess by a week to allow the House to expedite with the urgent business. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury will appear before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on Tuesday, the 11th of May, to answer number 1, question 071 of 2021 by the Honorable Samuel Atandi on the status of the emergency facility created following the collapse of Imperial Bank and Chase Bank. Question number 320 of 220 by the Honorable Zuleika Hassan on the pension dues owed to specific retired civil servants from Coast Region. And lastly, question number 133 of 2021 by the Honorable Godfrey Otsotsi on the declining national revenue performance and other issues relating to the management of the Kenya Revenue Authority. Madam Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene next week to reschedule the business for the coming week, and I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Very well. What is your point of order?
Speaker, thank you. I know there are modes of communication in this House, Mr. Speaker, one of which is the communication you also made last week and on the ruling and the procedures of this House, Mr. Speaker. But we have been also having communication from the office or the office of the whip. Today, particularly, Mr. Speaker, we have received SMSs claiming that we converge here by 2 for the purposes of voting. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek your clarification on whether this message is true, and if it is true, Mr. Speaker, based on your ruling that we'll be discussing this, we'll be debating this matter until almost all members are over. What would you advise on this particular text, Mr. Speaker? I thank you.
Now, the communication has not come from me. So you want me to comment on communication that has come from the streets? Because you have not said where it has come from. But anyway, be that as it may, remember, I have given my ruling with regard to how our debate will continue. It is only the House itself, through a resolution, that can order that, in keeping going by the rules of the House. Yeah? If, for instance, many of you may desire that you conclude, then the Speaker cannot insist that you continue talking. All I would do is to put the question. And then that will, depending on how you vote, that will become the decision of the House. Yeah, Honorable Angeno. So just be satisfied with the fact that you can see me on the chair, and I still remember what I ruled. Very well. I'm informed that the member for Kisumu County was the one on the floor. I don't know what's the balance of time. What's the balance? How much? Honorable Rosabuyu, I'm informed that you have a balance of 2.5 minutes.
We have not called the order.
What?
We've not called the order.
You have not called the order? Then go ahead.
Order number 8, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020, second reading.
Yes, Honorable Rosa Akinyibuyu.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to continue with what I was saying before we went for lunch. Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, I fully support the Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2020. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution conclusively deals with the issue of 2/3 gender rule. We know that this has dogged this Parliament or Kenyans at large for a long, long time. But the Constitution or the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, actually goes even beyond the expectation, especially in the Senate, where it offers a 50-50% representation for both genders. Mr. Speaker, it is just not in the percentage, but it also gives the women equal voting powers as the men of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And added on to that, Mr. Speaker, the Senate have been given powers, Mr. Speaker, to actually oversight all revenues that are generated within the counties. Mr. Speaker, this means that the senators who will be sitting in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, will have a direct influence on any project that will be going on in the counties, Mr. Speaker. In mind, I read Article 43, Mr. Speaker, where we have the right for housing, the right for comfortable housing, Mr. Speaker, right for water, all the rights that really affect the women and the men in the grassroots will actually be affected by the senators in this amendment. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment also offers a mechanism in which people or women will be nominated into the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that in 2007 and in 2013, both years when I contested and actually received so many votes, I could not be nominated because there was no mechanism. But now the Constitution gives us a mechanism so that whoever is nominated into the National Assembly comes with a whole lot of supporters behind them, Mr. Speaker. And this will give a strong voice to the women who will be nominated. Mr. Speaker, I want to say again that I support and fully support this Constitution amendment. Thank you.
And I think the staff that are dealing with the equipment, they must stop, playing around with the machines. I am not in any way able to tell. When everybody comes and tells me I was here at 8 a.m., I was here at 9. Now, how am I able to confirm that? Surely, I am aware that by the time I arrived in this building, I found some 4 members at 8:30. But I am aware that all of them contributed in the earlier sitting. But I remember finding them hovering here, somewhere here as early as 8, it is true. But I have no way of knowing this machine. But when I sat here, the first person whose name I saw was the one of the Honorable Mishra. But it has disappeared, I don't know how. No, his name was, that. Now the member for Honorable Tren, you cannot be raising your hand up and you are standing in front of him. So the Honorable Mishra, because and that's why I'm saying, please, honorable members, don't come to tell me you are here at 8. I have no way of confirming that here, from the screen here. There are some of you who have said that you left your accounts and you don't know who removed them. Now, how would I solve that kind of situation? Even if so many of you are saying that, answering in the affirmative that it is true. If I were to now listen to all that, who do I say is the one who was first? Who was ahead of who? So let me just follow the way it is. For avoidance of doubt, Honorable Mishra.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I rise to support the famous historical bill BBI, the best bill internationally, because today, after 2010 Constitution, the time has arrived and ripened for the bill to be amended. I won't take much time. I'll just take point who touched each and every and one all Kenyans. That is devolution. That is the revolution in ethnicity, that is inclusivity. That is the Health Commission, Youth Commission, gender balance in political positions, including governor, and also for entrepreneurship, small-scale industry, 7 years holiday in tax. But now I'll tell you, sir, the politicians, they think for the next election, but the leaders, they think about the next generation. So the bill who is opposing, they are politicians, but who are supporting are leaders of this country. Now today I will tell you, the history will be written. I request to my every colleagues, please don't be political and support the bill for our great country called Kenya. Constitution is not for votes. Constitution to save the sovereignty of our each and every citizen of Kenya. Please try to understand. Now let me tell you, handshake between the father of New Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta Muigai, and the father of Africa, Raila Odinga Amolo Jaramogi. Let me tell you, the handshake is prevented by coronavirus. The handshake is prevented by coronavirus. The people who are opposing this bill are supporting coronavirus. Thank you very much. God bless.
Yes. Yes.
Member for Gitui South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity that I've really been waiting for. On the onset, I want to declare that I support this bill. Honorable Speaker, it is still fresh in our minds when the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga stood on the stairs of Harambee House and had the handshake, the greatest handshake of our time, Honorable Speaker. Why do I call it this? Because our country was divided with those who felt that they were the winners. And our own counties, our own constituencies, our own villages, Honorable Speaker, were divided by those who felt that they were the winners and those who felt that they had also won. This handshake, Honorable Speaker, brought many, many more handshakes on the ground, many, many more hugs that made the difference, that brought peace in this country, that has caused so much change with regard to development, that gave peace to business community to be able to work, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that this handshake, Mr. Speaker, set the motion for peace and coexistence in this country between different communities, disregarding the person that each one had voted for in the 2017 election. It brought law and order. It brought a united country that we are celebrating today. It brought a comprehensive reform process that we are seeing today that has given this country a proper trajectory towards good development. Honorable Speaker, based on this, we got the Presidential Task Force on BBI that presented its recommendations that have now led to the document that we are discussing here. Mr. Speaker, this document was taken to Wajiko. The other day I heard one of the members trying to give us a different name for Wajiko. And I believe that, Honorable Speaker, that name will take so long to fly. Wagendo, Ogendo, trying to give us a different name. This document was given to Wajiko, the citizens of this country, the civil society, the faith-based organizations, CBOs, churches, private sector, and other experts who made it better. It was signed by over 1 million, Honorable Speaker, so many more. But those who are confirmed were over 1 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that this document is good because it is going to result in harmonization of the roles of this bicameral house. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this parliament, those of us who have been lucky to be here in the 11th parliament and the 12th parliament, the sibling rivalry, the mediation meetings for bills that were so difficult because one house has decided that it is a no, no matter how good it is. This BBI bill, Honorable Speaker, gives the clear roles of the National Assembly and clear roles of the Senate, such that it stops the sibling rivalry that we have been experiencing, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this document brings the intention of the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of bringing a united country together with the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, replacing pure presidential system with an hybrid system, where honorable members of this August House, Honorable Speaker, will have a chance to become cabinet secretaries as part of the executive. Mr. Speaker, we have been suffering here, trying to respond to questions. And when a member, on behalf of a cabinet secretary, when a member asks another question or a question beyond the one that was asked to the cabinet secretary, all a chair can say is that I'll consult. Mr. Speaker, this is going to assist to make sure that it is easier to raise subsequent questions and a possibility of getting responses in real time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2/3 gender rule is something that we have tried as women in this House. In the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I remember we did a lot of explaining, going round in this Parliament lobbying. Mr. Speaker, we held a dance for the male members of Parliament to try to explain to them why it is important to have more women in this House. We tried to come up with a bill associating it with Duale 1, Duale 2, Duale 3, in the hope that it was going to get more buying in. Mr. Speaker, now this has been sorted out by this BBI document that we have. Having women in this House, Mr. Speaker, we have evidence that we respect men for what they do. But we also agree that women are able to do as much as men can. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, talking about the Senate, give me a chance to speak, you spoke. The Senate, Honorable Speaker, will have 47 men and 47 women. They will not just be decorating that house, Mr. Speaker. A time has come when we need to know the women's vote in the Senate, and they cannot vote. Honorable Speaker, they'll have equal role in identification of projects in their counties. They'll also be able to vote, Honorable Speaker, in equal terms with the honorable members of parliament. This gives respect to women of this country, that they'll be able to participate the way men are participating. Honorable Speaker, at the same time, I've heard that women saying that they'll be moved from the National Assembly to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, they can choose also to be here and identify single constituencies, and this will give them an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to also serve and maybe be identified in the executive. Honorable Speaker, I can see my time is up. I would like to say that 35% going to Kitui County and money going to wards. Honorable Speaker, because of that, I support this document, which is going to bring peace in this country and which is going to give this country the best trajectory to development without caring where someone comes from, without caring our tribes, without caring the people we associate with. And I would like to thank the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Kalonzo Musyoka. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also take this opportunity to contribute to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and say that I support it fully, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that many members have contributed, and this has been a very robust debate where members have given their views, Mr. Speaker. And this House is meant to be a house of debate, Mr. Speaker. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, has proved to be a bill that has interest.
Honourable members, okay, just a minute, Honourable Junet. Honourable members, if you just want to rise on a point of order because somebody has said something which you don't agree with, please, I want to just put this caution. If your point of order is one that somebody has said something which you don't agree with, and you purport that to be a point of order, immediately you do so, the next thing will be you will be out for the balance of the session. I'm not going to, because please, honourable members, given the gravity of this motion, let us allow everybody to say what they have to say. Please, even if you don't agree with what they are saying, it's your right not to agree. But remember, they also have a right to say what they are saying. Honorable Sankok, let us hear your point of order.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to seek your guidance if he is speaking as a promoter of the bill or as a member of parliament, Honorable Speaker, because he's a promoter of this particular bill. That is what I want just to request. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He is at liberty to contribute in either capacity or both. Proceed. That's not exactly the same.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I will get back my minutes.
You will get.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Honorable Sonkok, let me just leave it. Mr. Speaker, let me go to the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is, I have said earlier that it is very important, Mr. Speaker. And members have really contributed to this bill, Mr. Speaker, and they have given their views. Mr. Speaker, this is the best way a constitution is made, Mr. Speaker, by giving everyone free, time so that he can speak his mind and say what he thinks, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Kenyans he represents, Mr. Speaker. But having said, Mr. Speaker, I have also seen members raising a few issues, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, members are saying that this bill is clawing back on the gains that we have made on the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And some of the issues, Mr. Speaker, they are raising, Mr. Speaker, is, abolishing, they are saying, the National Police Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, and giving powers to the Inspector General of Police. Mr. Speaker, I want to jog the memory of this House, Mr. Speaker. For those of us who were in this House last Parliament, under the leadership of the Majority Leader, Honorable Aden Duale, Mr. Speaker, the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, emphasized an independent Inspector General of Police, Mr. Speaker, which the Constitution says there shall be an independent Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. The same Majority Leader here brought a bill, Mr. Speaker, an amendment bill, that removed the powers of the independence of the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. In the sense, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution emphasizes that there will be an advertisement when the Inspector General is supposed to be appointed. Kenyans will apply. There will be vetting. Then the name will be taken to the President. The President brings it back to Parliament. Mr. Honorable Duale, with one fiat afternoon, Mr. Speaker, changed all that thing. And some of the members who are complaining here, Mr. Speaker, voted for that bill, Mr. Speaker, and said the President should be given powers to appoint the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today again the same members are complaining when they have joined the other side of the divide, Mr. Speaker. They were going to Canaan in Jubilee. Now they have joined another one. They have forgotten, Mr. Speaker, they are the ones who have weakened the Inspector General, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, another issue they have raised is the issue of the vetting of ministers, Mr. Speaker. From 2013, Mr. Speaker, when we came to this House, under the new Constitution, under your leadership, Mr. Speaker, we have been vetting cabinet ministers here and permanent principal secretaries, Mr. Speaker. Tell me one minister or one PS, Mr. Speaker, this House rejected, Mr. Speaker. Even the one that came without papers, Mr. Speaker, passed. And you know whom I'm talking about. I don't want to mention names, Mr. Speaker, who had only a birth certificate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us not be people who forget what they have done, Mr. Speaker. If vetting of PSS and ministers was to help this country, Mr. Speaker, why are we complaining about the corruption, malpractices that's happening in government, Mr. Speaker? We should have vetted the right people to go to the right offices, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not use avenues that have no value, Mr. Speaker, to malign or to mutilate this Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people are talking about eroding the independence of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to say, I'm not a lawyer, it's true, and it's true I've not gone to a law school, Mr. Speaker. But some of these problems we are suffering from were created by lawyers, Mr. Speaker, who wrote for us this Constitution, Mr. Speaker. The winner take it all, the two-third gender, all that was written by lawyers as committee of experts, Mr. Speaker, not by laymen like me, Mr. Speaker, who have not stepped into a school of law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the judiciary, for example, now, they are saying we are eroding the independence. How? Mr. Speaker, ombudsman, people don't know what Kenyans are going through, Mr. Speaker. They go appear before a magistrate court or before a judge, their judgment is delayed. Some of them, there's corruption. They are given the wrong judgment, Mr. Speaker. They have no avenue to complain to, Mr. Speaker. Why do we want to make the life of peasant farmers of this country, Mr. Speaker, who have been deprived of their land as a legislative house? Why can't we give them an avenue to go and complain to, Mr. Speaker? The ombudsman, he is going to take his complaint to the JSC, Mr. Speaker. He's not going to charge or to form a tribunal on any judge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these lies that are being propagated must stop, Mr. Speaker. Or if you have a political problem, solve it politically, Mr. Speaker. Let us face outside there politically. But the bill has got nothing to do with all those issues that are being raised, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, there are some lawyers I consult of late, Mr. Speaker, TJ Kajwang and Kaluma. Those are the lawyers I'm consulting. They have told me an article in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, that says that the functions of the JSC, Mr. Speaker, in terms of disciplining judicial officers, Mr. Speaker, has stopped only at the magistrate level, Mr. Speaker. The JSC has no powers to discipline any judge, Mr. Speaker. They cannot hold any judge accountable on his judgment, Mr. Speaker. But the day they are employing a judge as JSC, Mr. Speaker, they hold him to account for all the judgments he has made, Mr. Speaker. When they interview him, like what we watched when William Mauko was being interviewed, or the nominee for the Chief Justice was being, they were talking about Moritetu case, I don't know which case, but when the judgment, Mr. Speaker.
Honour members, who are those? May I know? Who is this? Is this Honourable Amin?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker is fasting.
Honourable members, whether you are fasting or not, when you come into the chamber, put your phone on silent mode or switch it off. Or don't even come with it like me. Just leave it in your office. Because you are coming to do solemn duty.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed. We'll give you more time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the JSC can only discipline magistrates, Mr. Speaker. Magistrates are also, they also do rulings like the judges. You can only appeal from their rulings to the High Court, to the Court of Appeal, Mr. Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, you know, in this country, Mr. Speaker, the executive is held to account through an election every 5 years, Mr. Speaker. You elect the president who is the head of the executive, Mr. Speaker, and if he doesn't run his government well, you can throw him out. Members of the legislature here, Mr. Speaker, are held accountable by the people through an election, Mr. Speaker. If you don't perform according to what your constituents require, they will throw you out, Mr. Speaker. Where do we hold our judiciary accountable, Mr. Speaker? We don't want to empower the JSC. That's what BBI is proposing. We don't want to have an ombudsman, Mr. Speaker. And you know the kind of problems this country has got.
You have your extra 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know the kind of problems this country has gone through bad judgments, Mr. Speaker, by certain judges, Mr. Speaker. Even some of them have been sacked because of corruption, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us not throw the baby with the bathwater because of politics, Mr. Speaker. Political, issues, we will sort them out politically. But issues that are going to make this country economically, politically, and socially stable, Mr. Speaker, we must look at them in a bipartisan manner. We must look at them in a way that is led by wisdom, Mr. Speaker, because this country is bigger than all of us, Mr. Speaker. Today you may think this bill is being supported by the President, by the former Prime Minister, by the Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, by so-and-so. That is today, Mr. Speaker. This bill is supposed to cure issues that this country has suffered from for the last 50 years, Mr. Speaker. Inclusivity, Mr. Speaker. We have been having a government for the last 8 years, Mr. Speaker, that is run by 2 people, Mr. Speaker, and 2 communities. If you look even the establishment in government, Mr. Speaker, the first time of Jubilee, when you appoint somebody from Mount Kenya, the other one is from Eldoret, Mr. Speaker. You will never see any other name, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under this BBI, when it goes through, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have an inclusive government where we are going to have a president, we are going to have a deputy from another community, a prime minister from another community, a deputy prime minister from another community, another deputy, so that, Mr. Speaker, I have to see the face of somebody I think is my person in that government, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, if you continue the way you are continuing now, Mr. Speaker, you remember we declared 2 states in this government, Mr. Speaker, in this country. The Republic of something and the Kenyan Republic. We are almost going away, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, these are the ills that this bill is trying to cure, Mr. Speaker, and I urge this House to support, Mr. Speaker. Let us not forget where we have come from, Mr. Speaker. Let us not be people who don't know where they are going, Mr. Speaker. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Just sometimes, if we are all debating the bill before the House, sometimes it's good also to educate one another. There are proposals. Those of you who have looked at the bill, not what is in the social media or in the newspapers, you will notice that there are proposals to delete and or repeal the provisions relating to Articles 152, 154, 155, and 156. That is the proposal. And I'm saying this because Honorable Junet has touched on it. But there has been no proposal to amend Article 132. Those of you who have read the Constitution and understand it will immediately understand what I'm referring to. That in Article 132, it's the functions of the President. It is to appoint, and with the approval of the National Assembly, Cabinet Secretaries, Secretary to the Cabinets, Principal Secretaries, and the Attorney General. That has not been touched. So sometimes people may, these are things, it is the truth. It is the truth, honourable members. If you look at the Constitution, you'll see that those provisions in 132 have not been have not been touched. So, but because we are discussing the bill, not what is in the social media. Let's hear from the member for Lamu East.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nichukue fursa hii kuungana na wenzangu ambao wametangulia kuzungumza kwa kupinga na kukataa marekebisho haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile nataka niseme ya kwamba nchi hii inawashukuru pakubwa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kwa kunyamaza lile fujo ambalo lilikuwako nchini. Miongoni mwa fujo hili, Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikuwa ni sisi viongozi, lakini leo hii nchi hii inashuhudia kwamba kubwa ambalo limepatikana hapa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kule kwamba limekuwa hakuna tena makelele, hakuna matusi, hakuna matukano, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunalolijadili mbele yetu hapa ni swala la uchumi na ni swala la mazingira ama miundo msingi katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukweli ni kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, haya yote ambao yako mbele yetu tunaojadili kama wabunge tulipewa fursa hii ni mambo mazuri, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapoyaona na tunapoyasoma, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba, Mheshimiwa Spika, haya yote yanahitaji kutekelezwa baada ya kupitishwa na bunge hii, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na kwa mtazamo wangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiwa kama Mkenya, nikiwa kama kiongozi ambaye niko na ninaishi katika nchi hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba yote haya yatahitaji fedha za kuweza kuendelezwa. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, iwapo twapanga kuongeza maeneo bunge 70, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina maana kwamba ni lazima kuwe na fedha ambazo zitaendesha maeneo bunge haya kama vile yanavyoendesha maeneo bunge mengine, Mheshimiwa Spika. Vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, sote twajua na twafahamu namna uchumi wa nchi hii namna ulivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mwisho ya haya yote, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba mimi na wewe, Mheshimiwa Spika, na wengineo watalazimika kutoa ushuru wa ziada, na ili hali tunauelewa uchumi ambao tuko nayo kuweza kuyatekeleza haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hakuna kiongozi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambaye atakataa mazuri yaliyoko katika marekebisho haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini, Mheshimiwa Spika, hofu yangu kubwa ambayo nataka Wakenya wanifahamu ni kule kwamba yatakapopitishwa haya mazuri ambayo tunayajadili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba utekelezaji wake na tunavyoijua nchi ilivyo hivi sasa, ilivyokumbwa na chungu mzima ya madeni, ni kwamba lazima hatua za ziada za kuhakikisha kwamba ushuru umeweza kupatikana kuweza kuwatekeleza haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa maana hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama kupinga kikamilifu haya marekebisho, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hofu ya kwamba huu ni mzigo ambao utaenda kwa wananchi baada ya marekebisho haya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa haya machache, asante, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you. Honourable members, if you can take a little time like him, 3 minutes. Member for Tiati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to, from the outset, say that I am proud in supporting this bill. Mr. Speaker, I was among the first members of Parliament to bring a comprehensive proposal to amend the current Constitution. I am gratified, Mr. Speaker, that even though my proposals were not able to come to the floor of this House, I am gratified of what I proposed at the beginning is what is contained in this current bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, so without saying, using too many words, I want to say that I am also more gratified by the prospect that political formation that I support is the one that is highly likely to implement the proposed new constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Very well. Another 1.5 minutes. Member for Kilome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for this opportunity to register my contribution to this bill. On behalf of the people of Kilome, I support this bill strongly, with reasons. One, Honorable Speaker, the duty of the President of this Republic is to promote and enhance the unity of our nation. And as it is in Article 131(2), Kenya broke into course in the immediately after elections, that is 2017 general election, and the President of this Republic opted for a handshake with Honorable Raila Odinga to put the nation together. There has been several general elections where we lose lives, properties in this country. And this bill will do the necessary to curb all this problem, which also incurred in 1992, 1997, 2007, and 2017. I support this bill because its main concern, among others, is to foster peace and unity. I can attest that I was a victim, 2017, where I was nearly killed. I was with Honorable Mboy, a member of this parliament, when we were trying to resist after the cause erupted. So I support this bill because it will bring peace and prosperity for the sake of the nation. Honorable Speaker, this bill is also seeking to strengthen devolution. Kenyans want better services, delivered and development projects to receive enough oversight to prevent wastage and corruption. The provisions in this bill to strengthen devolution, obviously, that moving from 15% to that 5%, I'll be very committed to this bill that my county, Makuenik, will receive that 5%. And at the same time, there is the provision of World Development Fund, which actually was the 5% World Development Fund was a suggestion by the Wiper Movement Party, headed by His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka, and it was well captured in this bill. So I strongly support this bill. When it comes to equal representation, this bill seeks to introduce proportional representation system, which advocates for political equality. The principle of one man, one vote will allow each citizen to exert an equal influence on the formation of representation in their respective localities. As a consequence of attaining this principle, this bill has strategically assigned a number of seats to regions and constituencies in proportion to their population. For instance, we have a constituency by the name Rilu, which is being represented by one member of parliament with a population of 500,000 people, while we have other constituencies in northeastern with less than 40,000 people who are being represented by only one member of parliament. So by this bill, we will attain a fairer representation in the addition of 70 constituencies. Personally, my constituency was in verge of being scrapped. So my people of Kilome are now assured that the constituency will be retained, since it will be protected through this bill. And that is also one reason that services from my constituents will be guaranteed. The issue of the youth. Everybody is talking of the youth. The future of this country is the youth. we have the health issue where after you have been able to secure the health loan, most of the students after completion of their studies have faced it rough to repay back. But now they have a period of at least 4 years to strategize themselves to cushion the problem and then later be able to pay the same. As I continue to summarize, because of the time, and also want to give other members time to contribute, the issue of the CDF, as we speak now, the schools are opening by next week. Most of the parents in my constituency will be rejoicing all the way because of the funds, that is the bursaries, which will assist their siblings to do the necessary. And in this bill, CDF has been well accepted. This time around, it will be constitutional. Most of the schools which have been constructed in my constituency, it is only through this fund. And now that it will be included in the constitution, everybody has a reason to support it 100%. Politics aside, this is a document which is very key to our future generations. I only urge my colleagues that let us not look into issues of 2022 and focus on this bill to assist our generations to come. And I strongly say I support this bill on behalf of the members, on behalf of the constituents of Kilome. Thank you very much.
Member for Kitutu Church North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute to this important bill. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that can be prepared by human beings to be perfect. There's nothing that can be perfect. So what we should do is to weigh in the positive side of the bill and the negative sides of the bill. According to me, the positive side is much higher than the negative side. Mr. Speaker, for example, as one of the architects of the CDF, the fact that the CDF now has been anchored in our constitution, that's a positive development. They are having ward CDFs, ward constituency funds. That's going to help our people to realize some of the developments that we cannot be able to achieve right now with only CDF. The issue of giving our youth time off to pay whatever bursaries they have taken, whatever money loans they have taken from the government where they are in school, that's a positive development. The other positive development, Mr. Speaker, is that now, from now on, once this bill is gone through and is enacted as law, we will be distributing to the counties substantial amount of money, 35% of our national cake, which means we'll be sending money to the grassroots, because the counties, at the county level, that's the grassroots level. And with our CDF, which has been anchored in the Constitution, now we'll mobilize resources to develop our local areas. I would urge members of this House that we support this bill. We support it. If you have got an issue that you think has not been well addressed, you can bring a bill. We are allowed to bring a bill, a parliamentary bill, to address that issue. So for the time being now, let us support this bill. Let us allow each one of us to contribute, and because of that, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes is good. Member for Homa Bay Town.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in very important business, and honorable member wanted to request that we remember where we are coming from. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, after the last elections, some of us, Mr. Speaker, even proposed the split of Kenya into 2 states or nations. And I remember I was one of such people. I want to thank His Excellency, the President and Prime Minister Raila Odinga for the handshake and where we are today. Mr. Speaker, the good things about this bill have been spoken to by virtually all members, and all Kenyans can easily read them. So because of scarcity of time, Mr. Speaker, allow me only to address those issues over which I see some small misunderstandings. And Mr. Speaker, these are the proposed clause 42, clause 43, clause 44, clause 61, clause 66, and clause 67, dealing with the National Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'm one member of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee who thought, and initially on the face of it, agreed that there could be a problem with these clauses. But, Mr. Speaker, I've had occasion to look at them. Mr. Speaker, if I were to address clause 42 and clause 44, this is the vexed matter of the Judiciary Ombudsman and the power, Mr. Speaker, being given to the Judiciary, Judicial Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, to suspend. Mr. Speaker, if the consultations could go down a bit. Some of us never focus when consultations are too loud. Mr. Speaker, I'm an advocate. I still go to our courts. And Mr. Speaker, I'm one member of Parliament who believes I'll retire in the judiciary. So I will not support anything that undermines the independence of the judiciary any day. In fact, Mr. Speaker, let me confirm that I'm possibly the only member of Parliament sitting here today who has written a textbook on judicial independence. Mr. Speaker, clause 42 says the Judiciary Ombudsman will be a member of the Judicial Service Commission in ex officio capacity. How does that undermine the independence of that Judicial Service Commission? The Judicial Ombudsman is to investigate, to receive complaints, and to prosecute those complaints before the Judicial Service Commission. How will he perform that function we are giving him, Mr. Speaker, if we don't make him an ex officio member of the Commission? Mr. Speaker, it has been said the Judicial Service, the Judiciary Ombudsman will not vote. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we'll put in the legislation if you put at clause 44. Mr. Speaker, at clause 44, and I want to be heard on this, my own spouse is in the judiciary. I will be joining that judiciary. In clause 44, we are saying the Judiciary Ombudsman will be nominated by the President, and upon vetting or approval by the Senate, he'll appoint him. What is the problem with that? At the last clause of clause 44, it is being said that Parliament will enact legislation to give better effect to the provision establishing the Judiciary Ombudsman. What does that provision avail us, members? It means Parliament will now, under that legislation, make prescriptions, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how the President will reach the number of people to nominate from. So it will be in order in that legislation, Mr. Speaker, for Parliament to say the Judicial Service Commission, or whichever body, will invite applications, will shortlist, will interview, and will present the President a prescribed number from whom he can nominate. How can that be unconstitutional? It is not. And let me tell you, members, the problem we have in Kenya is a trust deficit. Go to the United States, Mr. Speaker, and you can Google it. Go to the United Kingdom, the Scandinavian countries, all developed democracies. Is it not true that if you go to the United States, all judges, Mr. Speaker, are appointed by the President, having been initially nominated by him and then approved by the Senate? There is nothing like that. We still have Article 160 on the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, some lie has been told on the proposed clause 44, and members, let me beg to address you on this. It is being said that it is now being suggested in clause 43 that on the lodging of a complaint against a judge, Mr. Speaker, a judge can be suspended by Judicial Service Commission. Doesn't the law say, and have we not said as lawyers, that the Constitution cannot be read in bits and pieces? Are we amending Article 47, Mr. Speaker, which says that if there is a decision that can be advanced to you, you will be heard expeditiously, there will be reasonableness, there will be procedural fairness, there will be fair administrative action, and if it is adverse, you will be given written reasons. What am I saying in a nutshell? If there will be a problem in the disciplinary procedure of a judge, then that judge has recourse to the court under Article 47. Remember, honorable members, we are also not proposing amendments to Article 160 of the Constitution and 168 of the Constitution. 160 is on judicial independence. And you cannot remove a judge, if you look at sub-article 5 of 160, for anything he has done in good faith in the discharge of his functions. Mr. Speaker, under 168, the procedure for removal is there. I'm saying that these are falsehoods we are purveying for no reason. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether my minute skipped, but I wanted to speak on Parliament, on SRC and National Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I'm also National Police Service Commission, because I'm in charge of legislation I would request I conclude it. Mr. Speaker, when we moved with Honorable Koinange across the country, the police are saying they have a problem with promotions because they are being promoted by people who do not know their performance on the ground. And the police are asking that they want the OCSS and their commanders down there, people who know how they are serving the country, to be the ones to promote them. How do we have that power in Nairobi with people who are not in the service called a commission? Mr. Speaker, the police have hardship areas and soft areas.
I give you an extra 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Constitution at Article 165 says the Inspector General exercises independent command over the service. How does he exercise that command if when he says, Kaluma, we need your services in Mandera, when Kaluma is working in Mlolongo, Kaluma petitions the police commission, and that service cannot be given to Kenya, and then the matter stays for eternity. Mr. Speaker, this power on exercising disciplinary control on suspensions, and members listen to me, we went to some counties where some county commanders literally cried because they have made a decision to remove a member of the police service, a corporal or a constable. All they can do is to forward the file to the National Police Service Commission. We had a county where, Mr. Speaker, upon sending that file 6 months later, the police officer already recommended for removal by the boss is still with him there, accessing firearm, accessing ammunition, and the commander are saying, my life is in danger. That is why we are saying they will not discipline, but to the extent of suspension before the National Police Service Commission removes, allow them to have them away. And you've been reading the media and seeing cases where the police constables and corporals facing disciplinary action are shooting their bosses. That is the situation. So we are saying the commission will continue to remove, but they can suspend immediately they make an adverse decision for their safety. And it is something the police have requested. Mr. Speaker, let me talk something on SRC. Which member of parliament has talked about remuneration and benefits of members of parliament in the history of this parliament, Mr. Speaker, than Honorable Olo Aringo? When we sent Olo Aringo to SRC, did you hear him again? He presided over the reduction of the status of this parliament. We were last in this parliament, in the last parliament, and Honorable Dalmas Otieno used to sit where Honorable Tongi is seated there. There was no more articulate member about our pay and benefits than Dalmas Otieno. When we put Dalmas Otieno to SRC, didn't he sit and laugh as the youngest MP was being donated to a car by His Excellency the President? What have they done about it? We had to go to court through the intervention of this body. What happened to Amina Abdallah here? What I'm saying is that you may be thinking it is good if these bodies nominate, because it is good for optics. But in substance, the independence of these bodies is not about these bodies nominating. It has not helped anybody. So we can talk the politics of BBI, but we are saying today the Rubicon has been crossed. We want to finish this business, and we want to meet people on the ground, Mr. Speaker. There is no single provision which is unconstitutional here. On vetting, we cannot vet our own. And Mr.
Member for Nakuru Town East. Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I come from a county that has suffered the worst in terms of the violence of the political violence. Honorable Speaker, it is sad. There are a few of our colleagues here, and I heard them saying that this is poison. This is a bullet. Honorable Speaker, just like the musician from Tanzania once said that he was ready to take a bullet for the girlfriend. Honorable Speaker, I am ready to take a bullet. I am ready to take that poison for the people of Nakuru Town East constituency and Nakuru County at large, as I support this. Honorable Speaker, people should stop selling fear. People should stop just lying all the time about a document. But I thank Honorable Speaker that Kenyans have learned. We were being told by the time lies goes around the world 7 or 10 times, the truth has not even dressed up to wake up in the morning. But finally, the truth has come out. And 43 counties out of 47 agreed with the document. Whether it was erroneous, whether it was the correct one, that is a document that was given by the institution that has been given that responsibility in the Constitution. So it is up to Kenyans to make a decision. But Honorable Speaker, Nakuru County, and I'm not saying this because some were saying that they talk as nationalists. I will talk as a person who comes from Nakuru County. And the benefits that Nakuru County, as a county, is going to get from this very noble idea. Honorable Speaker, my children and my grandchildren, I know they'll be sitting somewhere discussing and maybe praise and thank the President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Raila Amolo Odinga for that very important handshake that gave birth to this bill that is before us. Whether it was them, the two of them, whether it is a popular initiative as it is said, Honorable Speaker, we support the document in its totality. And I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker. To be sincere, Honorable Speaker, I voted for you the first time in 2013. I voted for you again for a second time in 2017. Honorable Speaker, if you pick another seat, of course, in the exception of Nakuru Town East constituency, Member of Parliament, I will actually going to vote for you because of being a leader in this House. For so many years that you have been around, Honorable Speaker, you gave a ruling that was effective and complete. And of course, you are a lawyer yourself. And there's so many questions. We wasted, I think, a whole afternoon when you gave each and every member to raise the concern, the constitutional concern that they had. And they were the whole afternoon. And you gave us a ruling that was one of the longest ruling that you say. Honorable Speaker, our people will continue supporting this. Having 5 extra constituencies, Honorable Speaker, this is not something that I, as David Gikaria, I stand here and my people told me, go there and on behalf of the people of Nakuru Town East, support this document so that we can be able to get peace. First of all, first and foremost, nothing else other than peace. Honorable Speaker, since 1992, Nakuru has always been at the forefront. People at the epicenter of fights, of violence, but for the first time, Honorable Speaker, in future going forward, that we will vote and wake up in the morning without asking who is your neighbor or what is happening to the next door. That we'll be able to wake up, that our children will be able to go back to school a day after election. Honorable Speaker, we have seen, if you look at the number of IDPs who are in Nakuru, and more so in my constituency, in a place called Canaan. That is the first Canaan that I ever saw. Because they still hope that one day they will be able to go back to their respective land, to their respective businesses. And so many of their children, Honorable Speaker, right now they are just hopeless hawkers. in town because they never had an opportunity for them to be able to go to school. I don't want to go into the so many issues about, but Nakuru as a county, which is going to get an extra 10 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, it is only a fool who would not want that kind of amount to come to us. I want to see services by the county. I want to see members of the county assembly. Most of them who has been, most of the governors have taken advantage that they have the money, and so they can be able to punish the members of county assembly just because maybe they are not on their side. But, Honorable Speaker, when an MCA gets her, his or her ward development fund, then that place will go. And that place is where I stay, is where I come from. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that most of the people who are going around and posting this document are the very same people, and it has been said here. Others are the ones who brought us, and as government, we were supported every motion that was being brought here. So, Honorable Speaker, it is wrong for you now just because we are on the other side, then you can be able now to start dancing the other way. It was very unfortunate that when Honorable Kemunya, a majority leader, was moving a motion, a procedural motion that we need to, others now are quarreling the majority. For what? And yet we were the ones who are supposed to make decisions. Honorable Speaker, I want to say the Nakuru people have sent me, and they have told me that they want us this evening to vote so that this document can go to them tomorrow. And they also don't want so many days. They want to be given the shortest period so that they can be able to make their voice in a vote and vote yes for this important document. Honorable Speaker, I support the document in totality. And of course, as you said, the few errors, then we cannot be able to do anything about them, and we concur with you. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Honorable Amin, member for Wajir East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to give my input into this constitution-making process. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, I want to confirm my support for this amendment bill, which is on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I tend to ask myself a number of questions. Are there any improvement on the gains of 2010 Constitution, which was passed earlier? And I confirm, yes. One other thing I need to confirm is that Kenyans, for those who are very young, we have come a very long way. We had a session where we had to repeal Section 2A for us to increase the democratic space of this country. But today, 2010 Constitution has given us more mandate, more democratic space in this country so that we can be able to live in peace and tranquility. Honorable Speaker, as far as the devolution is concerned, this Constitution provides an increment of 35% and an equal increase of ward funds which will be dispensed to various wards in this country, which is over 1,500 wards. That is a clear testimony of our commitment as a country to develop the mashinani. That is a clear testimony, and this Constitution provides for the same. Honorable Speaker, we can be able to attest, all members of parliament in this House can attest to the contributions of CDF. They have known, they have been always at the whims of any other person to propagate CDF. But today I can say that the CDF for the last 3 years or so, I have done a tremendous development in my constituency, including the construction of 5 girls' secondary schools with courtesy of CDF. And today I can be assured the continuity of CDF in respective constituencies, and which can be able to develop various needs of those constituencies, and it is enshrined, anchored in this constitutional amendment bill. What more are we looking for? If you look at it, Honorable Speaker, that other than this, before the handshake, you can be able to remember there was a tremendous violence in this country, The economy was coming into sneeze. The growth we have done in the earlier years has been negated through demonstrations. To an extent to that, there was an ultra-vast swearing in of another counterpart in Uhuru Park. Today, those men have agreed to sit down together and see how we can be able to support inclusivity in the country. There's expanded executive. Honorable Speaker, we have about 108 members of parliament from pastoral communities, which is a sizable number of parliament. But with the current constitution, we cannot see ourselves being the presidency of this country. Neither are we seeing ourselves as the deputy president of this country. But this constitution provides us as pastoralists to see a reflection of ourselves in the expanded executive. You can be able to see. We can be the prime minister of this country through that majority number in the House. We can be able to get a prime minister. We can become the deputy prime minister of this country. We can become a deputy. We can get any position that we think in this expanded executive, and we need to see ourselves in it. But today, we have a country whose executive has always been taken by two communities, one from Rift Valley and another one from Central Province. When will the rest of Kenya see themselves in the executive? It's only through BBI that we can see ourselves in it. Honorable Speaker, if I can be able to look at it, as far as all those things are concerned in terms of budget making, for those of us who are working in the government, budget making process before 2010 was being done by the executive at Treasury. Today, members of parliament can be able to participate through their executive committees, through various committees of the House, so that they can give their priorities and have their input in the budget-making process. Today, again, the budget process can still be put to public participation, and the general public can see what is their future in the budget-making process and their involvement and what they need to get. It is only through the improvement of the Constitution 2010 and improvement on the same for now, the BBI, is when we can see meaningful development in our respective counties. Furthermore, there were certain issues and certain things that has spoiled the constitution-making process. The arrogancy, the rogueness of the county administrators, the governors, and their own have done it and have spoiled the good image of devolution. I think and I will advise that various commissions should take the executive role so that they can discipline various rogue governors that are misusing public funds. The EEC should do their mandate so that they can interrogate the misuse of public funds through their organizations and bring anybody who uses corruption to amass money for their own interest and be able to do it. Those things should not be attributed to BBI. Further to that, we have seen the judiciary, the strength of the judiciary. Today, they were able to do the disputed elections. They were able to do it, and they were able to supervise, to annul even an election which happened in 2017. It was only done through the independence of judiciary. And I don't see anywhere where there's a negation of the judicial system of this country through BBI, other than the gains we are able to see. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Member for, I'm happy members are removing their cards. The one who was actually now the one on top is the member for Matuga. Huh? Have you removed your card? No, there are several members who have removed. No, members. I'm following what is.
Asante sana. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa kawaida nikisimama kwa mswada kama huu huwa naunga mkono. Lakini kulingana na umuhimu wa mswada huu wa leo, sitaunga mkono peke yake, lakini nitaongeza pia na kuunga na miguu yangu yote miwili. Kwa sababu huu ni mswada ambao ukishapita na kutekelezwa, na naomba kwamba tuweze kuupitisha na uweze kutekelezwa pia, utakuwa umetoa donda sugu sana kwa Kenya nzima na hasa kwa watu wa Matuga na Kwale County kwa ujumla. Kutoka tuanze mchakato wa vyama vingi, kila kura huwa ina machafuko, na kwa bahati mbaya machafuko yote yanayotokea huanzia sehemu ya Pwani, Kwale, na hususan katika constituency yangu. Tukikumbuka mara ya kwanza tulipokuwa na yale vita vya Likoni, Likoni imeshikana na Matuga constituency pale Ngombeni na Kiteje, na watu wengi walioumia walikuwa ni watu wa maeneo ya eneo bunge la Matuga. Kisha baadaye kukakuja machafuko ambayo yalijulikana ulimwengu mzima ya Kayabombo. Kayabombo iko kama kilomita 6 peke yake kutoka pale ninapoishi, ikiwa ni katikati ya maeneo ya eneo bunge la Matuga. Kwa hivyo ikiwa kutakuwa na hali namna yoyote ambayo itaweza kuondoa machafuko baada ya kura, basi hili ni jambo ambalo kama nilivyotanguliza sio la kuunga mkono peke yake, lakini linastahili kuongezewa na miguu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunajua kwamba fujo hutokea kwa sababu ya vile kura zinavyopigwa katika nchi hii, kwamba tunapiga kura zetu kikabila, na ukilinganisha yale makabila makubwa na yale madogo ambayo mara nyingi huwa mirengo tofauti tofauti, kura zao huwa zinakaribiana. Hali ni tofauti katika nchi jirani hapa, ambapo watu hupiga kura kwa kufuatia maadili na mienendo ya vyama. Kwa hivyo kule huwa hakuna matatizo, lakini hapa kwetu, na sioni kwamba itabadilika hivi karibuni, kwa sababu bado kwa bahati mbaya, manake sio bahati nzuri, sio jambo la kujivunia, lakini sisi bado tunapiga kura zetu kikabila, na lazima tuwe na njia mbadala ya kuona kwamba hata ikiwa tutapiga kiukabila, lakini hakutakuwa na machafuko. Hii katiba ambayo tunaizungumzia saa hii kuibadilisha ni katiba ambayo wale wanaopinga mabadiliko haya ni wale ambao walipinga hata hii katiba ambayo saa hii tuko nayo. Na nashangaa kwa sababu kule Pwani huwa na watu ambao huwa tunawaita vishipa. Mtu kishipa ni yule ambaye hupinga jambo bila sababu ya maana. Kwa hivyo ikiwa ni Pwani huwa ni kama ambaye tumemzoea. Lakini kwa mchakato huu naona mpaka wenzetu wa bara wamejiunga na wale vishipa wanaopinga jambo, lakini ukiuliza sababu ya maana, ukweli ni kwamba hakuna. Huwezi kupinga pesa zisiende mashinani, na ili hati unasema unataka yule mwananchi wa kawaida aweze kunufaika, na ile hali pesa ambazo zinaongezwa kwenda katika mashinani unazipinga. Ni jambo la kushangaza kwamba baadhi yao hata wanawania viti vya ugavana tunapoenda 2022, na wamesema kwamba wanawania viti hivi, lakini kwa hivi sasa wanapinga pesa zisiende, na hali wao wenyewe wanataka kwenda kusimamia viti hivi. Pengine labda wamejua kwamba hawatapita ndio maana wanapinga, lakini ukweli sisi watu wa Pwani, kuanzia wanasiasa wetu wa kongwe wakati wa marehemu Ronald Ngala, sisi tulikuwa tunataka majimbo, na majimbo ni kuletewa fedha ili tuweze kujisimamia, kwa sababu tunajua moja kwa moja zile zinazobaki kule juu huwa hazitufikii. Njia moja peke yake ambayo inaweza kutusaidia ni kwamba pesa ziende kule, kwa sababu hatuna namna nyingine. Hatudhani hata tukiwa na prime minister 5 na madeputy wao, sio kweli kwamba mmoja wao atatoka katika zile sehemu ambazo sisi tumekuwa tumetengwa kwa muda mrefu. Kwa hivyo matumaini yetu ni zile pesa ambazo zitafika. Tuna matatizo ya kijadi, na katika hii BBI tunajua kwamba zile pesa ambazo ni za equalization fund zitaweza kurejeshwa na kudumishwa. Tuna matatizo ya kijadi ya mashamba, especially sisi watu wa Pwani tunajua hilo, na katika BBI imeweza tena kupeana fursa ya matatizo haya yaangaliwe upi. Kwa hivyo itakuwa ni jambo la kushangaza na kuhuzunisha, hususan kiongozi wa Pwani ikiwa atapinga, ambapo anajua matatizo yeye mwenyewe anayazungumzia, na suluhisho likitaka kupatikana anarudi kupinga ile suluhisho ambayo ingepatikana. Hakuna matatizo ambayo tumesema eti kuna BBI tofauti. Niliposikia mara ya kwanza kwamba kaunti zingine zilipata BBI tofauti, nilidhani labda kuna moja inasema badala ya constituency 70 ambazo niziongezwe, moja inasema labda ni constituency 69 ama 71. Nikifikiria kwamba katika pesa ambazo ziende kwa counties, moja inasema 35% na nyingine inasema 40%. Lakini zote zinasema yale mambo ya kimsingi ambayo naamini wale walioweka signature pamoja na mimi tuliweka tukijua kwamba ninataka pesa ziende mashinani, na zote ambazo zinasemekana zinatofautiana bado zinazungumzia mambo ya 35%, inazungumzia mambo ya constituency 70, inazungumzia mambo ya equalization fund kama vile ambavyo tulikubalia. Kwa hivyo ikiwa mtu atapinga, apinge pengine na sababu zake, lakini ukweli ni kwamba wakati umefika watu waweze kubadilisha mkondo ili tuweze kunufaika, tuwe na usalama, na wale ambao wametengwa kwa muda nao waweze kupata nafueni. Kwa hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono na naunga na miguu yangu miwili yote. Asante sana.
What's your point of order, Honorable Russell?
Honorable Speaker, many of us have been sitting here long hours waiting to contribute. There's something that is going on in this House which is not acceptable. If anybody wants to manipulate the legislative process in this country, I think they should not do that under your watch. We should have our views on the BBI. It is about Kenya. It is not about individuals. It is not about us politicians. Some of us, our names were appearing first on the list, only to disappear, only to be locked out.
Honorable Russell, now just resume your seat. Honorable members, fortunately, Honorable Russell have explained to you, and not just alone, with several of you who are here. As the Honorable Ombudsman was here, checking whether his name is there, he noticed the name of Honorable Hire as being, I think, around number 4 or thereabouts on the queue. At that point, before I gave the member who spoke there, the person whose name suddenly appeared as number 1 was the Honorable member for Murang'a County. Suddenly the name also disappeared. So there's a problem. There's a problem, not, I believe it has to do with the IT department, not somebody here. There's nobody here because the staff here have not done anything. At that point, the names, the list had up to 90 members. Honorable Ombudsman was with me here. The names dropped up to 66. We were just wondering what is happening, what's happening, what's happening. So if you don't insinuate that there's somebody who is trying to manipulate. No, certainly not here. And now, no, just please. If we don't use the system, we'll go to the system that used to obtain in the old days, which was the one that rises and catches the speaker's eye. And if we do that way, again, people are going to suffer. Unfortunately, when you tell me you are here at 9, I have no way of really, and I have no reason to doubt, but I also have no way of verifying. In fact, a member just pointed out that the name of Honorable Sankok appears, but I know the Honorable Sankok has already contributed. So, no, you see, when your name is here, it shows that you are among the people who desire to contribute. Now, I have no way of knowing who was here first. No. Honorable Zangok. Member for Borabu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance also, Mr. Speaker, to air my views as far as this bill, Mr. Speaker, is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I want from the word go confirm that I fully support, Mr. Speaker, the contents of the BBI bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a process which has been going on for the last three or so years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have all participated at every stage of this process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the moment that we have been waiting for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Nyamira people, Mr. Speaker, and the Borabu in particular, Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that we support this bill fully, and we are ready and prepared, Mr. Speaker, when the time comes to 40 years to every man in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had people raising so many issues about this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of them saying that we will, the wage bill, Mr. Speaker, will go very high if this bill, Mr. Speaker, is passed. Mr. Speaker, for instance, it's clear that the ministers are going to come from this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if ministers are going to come from this house, who will basically be members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, is a reduction of the wage bill. Because currently we have members of the parliament here, and we have ministers who come from outside and who are handing, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when ministers are going to come from the house, Mr. Speaker, they will only be entitled to allowances and not the salary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that one in itself is a reduction in the wage bill. Mr. Speaker, we have been asking questions here, Mr. Speaker. Questions are given to chairman, Mr. Speaker, to go and get answers from ministers, from cabinet secretaries who don't come to the house. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be neater. It is going to be a good thing when ministers are in the house, they are asked the questions and they answer directly on the floor of the house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some people telling us that, Mr. Speaker, we'll have prime ministers, we'll have deputy prime ministers, we'll have vice presidents. Mr. Speaker, the House as constituted currently, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of majority in this House is a de facto prime minister, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is really nothing which we are going to change fundamentally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us all agree that this is a good process. Let us pass it. The people, Mr. Speaker, who have been making noise opposing this bill, Mr. Speaker, are the same people who are opposing the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. They have been given an opportunity to correct what they felt was not right in 2010, Mr. Speaker. Instead of correcting what they thought was bad in 2010, Mr. Speaker, they are again the same people, Mr. Speaker, opposing this bill, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, these are people who are not serious. These are people who are just opposing for the sake of opposing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we pass this bill once and for all so that we move forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, in this bill, we now have the World Development Fund, Mr. Speaker. A governor in a county, Mr. Speaker, is not going to be a god to MCS, Mr. Speaker. The MCS will be able to develop their wards whether supporting or not the sitting governor, Mr. Speaker. This is a good development, Mr. Speaker, so that our people get development right to the world level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have had some people coming up telling us that there are some issues here and unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. I want to agree with Mr. Karuma, Mr. Speaker, that there is nothing unconstitutional in this matter. Let us pass the bill. Whoever thinks is aggrieved should move to court, but as a team, we pass this bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Nyamira people, we are really happy because, Mr. Speaker, out of the constituencies that which are going to be created, we have Kitutu Masaba in Nyamira County, which will now get a constituency, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the bigger picture so that we are not driven by our narrow and selfish egos, Mr. Speaker, so that we pass the bill the way it is. We are ready, Mr. Speaker, as one of the speakers said here a few minutes ago, that some of us are ready, waiting to support. We will support this even by using our legs so that we not only our hands, even with the legs, so that we make sure this bill is passed in the morning, so that we proceed and develop the country and move forward as a country. Mr. Speaker, we have had people fighting every after election year, simply because it's one or two people. After elections, we get one or two communities which go with everything. Now with an expanded team, Mr. Speaker, we'll have most of the communities, Mr. Speaker, involved in forming government, which will, of course, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, reduce the tension that we have been going through every election cycle, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I once again want to reiterate that I support this bill, and we're ready and willing, and Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for your communication so that we pass or we vote on this bill before the end of the day, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Migori.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the strongest support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, so many things, especially pertaining to legal issues, have been well articulated by our legal friends in the House. And so I will not belabor on them per se. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to also take this opportunity to congratulate my leader, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, and the President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, for the bold step that they took to actually show Kenyans' true statesmanship, attitude, and spirit when they decided to end the chaotic scenario that we had in 2017 and vote for peace. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking here as the women representative of Migori County, where this violence that followed our 2017 election left me with at least 20 young men and women dead, and I buried them. I know each one of them by name, and many injured and many maimed. Mr. Speaker, if there is not any other reason that I can support this amendment bill, I will only support it for peace in this country. We, the mothers of this country, our hearts bleed whenever we see our young people shot like birds following every other election year. Mr. Speaker, allow me to reiterate another reason why I'm supporting this bill. If you look at the responsibilities of a citizen introduced in the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, the national ethos that has been elusive in this country is assured in this bill. Mr. Speaker, we are looking and talking of a future Kenya where each one of us can have a common understanding of what is right, what is good and acceptable to all, versus what is wrong and not acceptable. From Turkana in the north to the south in the Maasai land, from the east in the Rendile land, to all the way to Luoland and Luyaland. We want to have a common understanding of what is wrong and what is right as Kenyans, so that we don't hail, say, stealing in one side of the country and condemn it in another side of the country. Mr. Speaker, this is one reason why we have always had difficulties in determining even serious, glaring cases of corruption and stealing and looting of public funds at the expense of doing the development that I hear some of my colleagues purporting to be stopping and Kenyans suffering because of the BBI and the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, allow me to bring it to the attention of this House that as far as I can remember, I know Kenyan's economy has been bleeding since way back from 2013 all the way to now. There was no pandemic, there was no BBI. And those who claim that BBI is an expensive process that takes a lot of money at the expense of the development that is supposed to go to the people, we never had them raise their voices when we were crying about the billions that were lost in the Aror and Kimarer Dam. Mr. Speaker, let Kenyans and leaders be honest for the first time. Mr. Speaker, as a born-again Christian in this House, allow me to bring to the attention of the House that when we are talking again about this bill, we are looking at cultivating national unity, promoting the well-being of the family, promoting the respect for parents and elders. Allow me at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, to quote my good book, the Bible, in Ephesians 6, chapter 6, verse 1 to 4, Mr. Speaker. God is talking to us and saying, honor your father and mother in the Lord, for this is the first commandment with a promise that you may live long. Mr. Speaker, in our country, much as we are religious, we are Christians or Muslims or Hindus, we have seen moral decadence among our youth where there is disrespect even for the family virtues, and we have seen our young people lose their lives even when they were supposed to live. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to declare that I support this bill so that we can restore order, morality, and holiness in our homes, and the obedience of our young people to the elderly, because we believe the older one becomes, the wiser they become, and better leaders for the youth. Mr. Speaker, that was exemplified the other day when you gave us such a long, beautiful ruling that made me settle and say, yes, we have a Mr. Speaker who is also a legal expert in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for doing that. Mr. Speaker, the question of electoral violence, I can't overemphasize. I think it has been addressed. I've heard my colleagues wondering how is the violence addressed. It has been fully addressed by creating space for all the capable men and women of this country who are capable of leadership at the national level, accommodating their ideas and good development agenda in the governance table of this nation and not rendering them useless. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on, but allow me not to stop before I say that these great men of Kenya who championed this amendment, especially Raila Amolo Odinga. In 1995, when Raila spoke, Kenyans got freedom. Later on, in 2010, when he spoke, we got a new constitution. And even now that Raila has spoken, we are getting more resources to the ward level. Mr. Speaker, with all my might, ability, and my capacity, on behalf of Migori County, I...
Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this bill. First and foremost, I want to appreciate your ruling on how a popular initiative is supposed to run, and the fact that you indicated to us the need for us to respect the history and the process of this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, I would want to urge my colleagues to remember why we are here. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when we got into this House in 2017, my friend Honorable Bandi and I could not even share a cup of coffee. And recently, when we were in a retreat in Naivasha, the President told us that one of the problems we have as a country is that we forget very, very, very quickly. Allow me, Mr. Speaker. We forget very, very quickly. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been a process. This bill is not an event. Mr. Speaker, it has taken over 2 years to get to where we are. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when ODM used to boycott coming to the House. Mr. Speaker, when I remember when we used to have running battles in the streets. When I remember tear gas Mondays. When I remember that we could not open businesses in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, when I see us taking what we are discussing for granted or trying to play politics with it, I get disappointed. And I do not think I'm the only one who is disappointed. I think as a nation, those who put us in this House are disappointed with us when we are unable to look at the global good of our nation and get stuck in our own personal ambitions. Mr. Speaker, when His Excellency the President and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga shook hands, I was shocked, very, very shocked. I never saw that coming. And I know I speak for many in this house. But what I remember was that the country calmed down immediately. Mr. Speaker, we're not always going to have the President and the former Prime Minister as leaders of this nation, as much as we might love them. And because of that, they initiated a process that was going to ensure that we were not going to depend on individuals for our country to be politically stable. They set up a committee that went around the country asking people to tell them why they think we keep going there every election. Mr. Speaker, I find it extremely interesting sometimes when I listen to some of my colleagues talk about the problems they have with this particular bill. And I remember that they did not turn up to the forums that were organized by BBI to raise their concerns. Mr. Speaker, I come from Nyeri County. Nyeri County was looking at losing 3 constituencies that had been protected 10 years ago. Mr. Speaker, BBI protects those constituencies and ensures that the people of Nyeri have a representation of at least 6 members of parliament in this house. Recently, I had a colleague talking about the reason why we should have gotten another constituency. Because we have a big constituency called Kieni, that is 52% of our county. But Mr. Speaker, this particular process of how constituencies have been produced is not a political process. It's a scientific process. It is a mathematical process. And when you do the maths of our county, we are supposed to have 5.9, 5.7, 5.9 constituencies. We have 6. Internally, we are going to do our own maths and figure out how to rearrange our boundaries, but we were not going to be able to get another constituency as Nyeri County, not with the numbers we have. However, we nearly lost at least 2 constituencies. And that is why I would be very, 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 very concerned when I hear any leader from Nyeri County saying that they do not support this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, when we come to this house, we come to this house to represent the people who sent us to this house. I have walked around Nyeri constituency. I have listened to the people of Nyeri constituency, and they sent me to this house to say that they support this bill 100%. And I know I speak on behalf of many people from many constituencies in Nyeri County. Mr. Speaker, as we think, I have also had concerns raised here about certain areas that are not perfect. We are human beings. Every single thing we do cannot be perfect. Wise people said that perfect is the enemy of good. As we strive for perfection, we risk throwing away solutions that are good for us. And what solutions are these? For example, Mr. Speaker, I have heard there's a political refrain called bottoms up. Mr. Speaker, if you come from a constituency, if you come from a ward, you cannot go any more bottom than that. This BBI provides a solution for that bottom in 2 ways. First, it reduces the amount of money that is left at national government and takes 35% to the county government. I have had people arguing that, oh, we don't have enough money. It does take 35% to the local government. That is taking money to the bottom. Mr. Speaker, that 35%, if for no other reason, I want to ask members here, the county government takes care of healthcare up to level 5. The county government takes care of agriculture. If you want to improve those, put money in the county government. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, let us be honest with ourselves. What is the alternative to this proposal that we are saying we should not take? So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues, let us join hands, let us support this bill, And then let us take it to Kenyans, because they will prove that we are doing the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Munyinyi. Give him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute, to express myself to this important motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, I have also sat here patiently from when debate started over this bill, Mr. Speaker. And I was interested to express myself because in this House, I'm the only leader of the party and luminary who appended the signature at the KICC, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like at the outset to restate that I support BBI, Mr. Speaker. My position has not changed. And I also want to state, Mr. Speaker, the position of my party, Ford Kenya, Mr. Speaker, has not changed. The Ford Kenya, the right Ford Kenya I lead, Mr. Speaker, supports BBI unreservedly and unwaveringly. And we're going to continue to support until we pass BBI, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having said that, like my friend Honorable Ngonjiri said, we do forget very fast. And I would like us to remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in March 2018, when His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and Prime Minister Raila Odinga did a handshake, this country was going down. We were having running battles. The economy was crumbling. Mr. Speaker, we had reached a level where it would easily be declared a failed state. So the handshake, Mr. Speaker, brought back life to our country. And the intention, the obvious intention, was to restore peace in our country, Mr. Speaker, to unite Kenyans and to build a prosperous Kenya for the future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and as a result of this, BBI was set in motion and a task force was established. Mr. Speaker, it went around the country, sought views from Kenyans, and Kenyans made contributions and proposals, Mr. Speaker, proposals which culminated in the current process, Mr. Speaker. The people that were reached, Mr. Speaker, we have heard of Nekesa and Wanjiku. They made proposals, which are now, yes, Nekesa and Wanjiku, made proposals which culminated in this current process, Mr. Speaker. And I would like not to repeat what other colleagues have said, because I think we want to save time to allow others to speak. But I want to stress a few points, Mr. Speaker. One of the very important points that is captured in this amendment is to strengthen devolution in our country. Mr. Speaker, we appreciate how much devolution has impacted on the development in our areas, from the counties, the constituencies, and wards. So, Mr. Speaker, by increasing the amounts of money to the counties, you strengthen devolution and therefore, enhance development in our areas. Mr. Speaker, I've had Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah talk about reducing the amount of seats. In fact, what we are doing is entrenching CDF in the Constitution, and then we will undertake, the legislative piece to enable the performance of CDF. And during that time, we're then going to increase the percentage from the current 2.5 to maybe 5 or 7 or even 10, Mr. Speaker, so that we have more money in the CDF. So I would like to appeal to colleagues not to peddle untruth Let us speak the truth, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important moment for our country. And we should not allow colleagues to, use, deceitful language when in the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, some so-called civil society have gone to court again. We have been served, and I'm sure papers are on your desk, Mr. Speaker, that they are trying to block the CS Treasury from releasing more money to the constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we have sought legal support, and of course the litigation team in Parliament is helping us to respond to what has been filed by some members of the civil society, Mr. Speaker. And for us to cure these problems, these threats, every now and then, let us pass this constitution amendment. For us to cure the challenges we are facing in CDF, we must pass this constitution amendment, Mr. Speaker. One other important thing I said I wanted to stress, Mr. Speaker, is the establishment of a ward fund, entrenching CDF under Article 207A and establishing also a ward fund under 206A. Mr. Speaker, having a ward fund, working as CDF also will ensure that money is spent on development or not on any other activities, Mr. Speaker. So this is very important. But finally, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we are also creating new constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I know that some areas would have wished also to get new constituencies, which they haven't. But it's important that we must note we're going to enhance equity and representation. That obviously is going to be enhanced, and each part of this country are going to get their fair share. Some of us represent huge constituencies, Mr. Speaker. It is now the chance for the people of Kandui also to get an additional constituency. And I will appeal to my colleagues here to support these amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time you've given me. Asante sana.
Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your kindness. I rise to oppose this constitutional amendment. And the reason why I am opposing it, my background is a soldier. The bullet never rides in zigzag. It goes straight. As members of this House, we must stand firm, we must be patriotic, and we must stand for the truth. On 18th of December in 2014, we fought on the floor of this House, the ODM and Jubilee. And we threw out the ODM guys, Honorable Badi leading, Honorable Junet, and many others, because we were contesting a bill that was going to seriously undermine the rule of law and the independence of institutions, because it is about security. But I think the magnanimity of the moment and the courts that time, I think that bill in several areas, it was severed, because we wanted a unified country, a country that is stable, and a country that is able to address many of its issues looking internally. Honorable Speaker, it is not lost on us that those who moved this bill, this very important bill, was actually not JLAC. It was the leader of the majority and the leader of the minority. That clearly showed that those promoters had very little faith on the committee, although they gave us a sterling report. And I thank that committee for that reason. Honorable Speaker, we Kenyans celebrated the handshake. the handshake brought stability, a lot of sense and tranquility in this country. And I want to thank the two leaders, the President and the former Prime Minister. But what we are staring in the face, the handshake from the beginning, and the BBI, as it were, is a different thing that has arrived on our tables. It is completely a different thing. If anyone says today, BBI is going to bring Kenya together, I think you are getting it wrong. It is going to divide this country across the middle. Because as far as sharing of resources is concerned, when you read Article 203N, the need to ensure that the average amount of money allocated per person to a county with the highest allocation does not exceed 3 times. Honorable Speaker, we are going back to 1965 when sessional paper number 10 that laid the foundation for development in this country was actually put in front of us. This is the inequality we face today. With what we have, with Kenya Constitution 2010, I think that was a groundbreaking constitution. And the world celebrated, not just Kenyans. When I look at the BBI, the way it was canvassed, the fiat with which there's an attempt to push it, then we as Kenyans must ask ourselves, what is the reason? I know many of us in this August House don't walk on the street. When you walk on the street, businesses have closed. People have lost jobs. People are asking for vaccines. Today, many of us are supposed to get the second round of vaccine. It is not there. Are we not worried as a country? I think there are serious issues that is before us. Somebody talked about the National Police Service. As a soldier from KDF, the Kenya Defense Forces as a defense council. The defense council is a political, although the leadership of military sits in the defense council. It gives the generals the assertive policing and command of the forces. When we don't have such a facility in the police service, and we give all the responsibilities back to the IG, I think we might be clawing back on the roles of National Police Service. There are certain things we must deeply reflect. Is it good for our country? Finally, Honorable Speaker, there is a clause in this BBI that says that the CS Treasury or the Cabinet Minister Treasury can actually stop money going to the counties. That in itself, if it is in law, you must show us, and why have you put it in the BBI? The question is, Parliament has that responsibility. Parliament has that responsibility, and no one should take away that from this August House. Honorable Speaker, I think there's a bit of angst in me on this particular issue. I thank you for that opportunity, and I oppose.
Honorable Mbayu, member for Kilifi. Member for Kilifi, you are running away from Giver. There she is.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
There are very many people here at 9 o'clock, so please take your, just relax.
Asante, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwa heshima na taadhima, nimesimama wima kuunga mkono mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Speaker, yamezungumzwa mengi, Lakini ndani ya mswada huu yale manufaa ambayo yanagusa mwananchi wa kawaida ni manufaa mengi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa zile pesa ambazo zimeandikwa kutoka 15% mpaka 35%, ni pesa nyingi sana kufika kwa mwananchi na kwa usaidizi mwingi. Tumeona sana ule usaidizi 15% imeweza kutekeleza, na hasa pale kwetu jimbo la Kilifi mambo mengi yamebadilika. Mambo ya afya, mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya elimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa niaba ya watu wa Kilifi nimesimama kuunga mkono, kwa sababu kama itaweza kuongezwa pesa katika jimbo hili kutoka 15% mpaka 35%, sisi tutakuwa ni wengi wa kuweza kunufaika. Mheshimiwa Spika, magavana wengi wale ambao wamefikisha vipindi vyao vya pili wangeomba waongezewe ili waweze kuendeleza zile kazi wameweza kuzifanya kwa miaka 8 saizi. Lakini kwa sababu lazima wapishe uongozi, najua wengi wataweza kuendeleza hatima zao za kazi ili wananchi waweze kupata faida zaidi. Kuzungumzia kuhusu vijana wa kike na wa kiume kuweza kupata riba, kufanya kazi zaidi ya umri wa kijana wa darasa la 3, miaka 7, ni manufaa makubwa sana ndani ya vijana. Na hata tukirudi mashinani, nikiwa na tumaini kuwa mswada huu utapita, tutaweza kupata kuungwa mkono wengi wa Kenya, kwa sababu wao wana faida ndani ya mswada huu. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama viongozi wa kike, japo kiti kile cha wakilishi wa kike ndani ya bunge umetolewa, lakini umeenda pale seneti. Mheshimiwa Spika, wamama 47 wa kuchaguliwa kwa kura ndani ya seneti ni manufaa. Wataweza kupiga kura ndani ya seneti mbali na wale wa kuteuliwa. Hii ni manufaa kwetu sisi. Na kuzungumzia tu maeneo 70, Mheshimiwa Spika, yaliyoongezwa, nataka kukuhakikishia sisi ambao hatutaweza kuendelea na wakilishi wa kike ndani ya bunge hili, tutarudi hapa tukiwa wakilishi wa maeneo bunge, ili kukuhakikishia Mheshimiwa Spika, maeneo zaidi 70 ni kuleta uongozi na pesa mashinani kwa wananchi wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukuweza kupitisha mswada huu na kuhakikishia wanawake zaidi ya 40 kati ya zile nafasi 70 zimeongezwa wataingia ndani ya bunge hili, kuondoa tashwishwi ile tumepigana nayo hapa ya mswada wa kila wakati ya thuluthi 3 ambayo haitoshei ndani ya bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi tunaunga mkono kwa sababu hasa sisi wa kutoka kule pwani, na kama kuna mbunge wa pwani anapinga ni kwa manufaa yake, na pengine dhana fiche ambao sisi wabunge wa pwani hatuijui. Sisi tunaweza kuona ndani ya mswada huu, Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo ya ardhi yameweza kutajwa. Dhulma za mashamba kule kwetu zimeweza kutajwa pale ndani, zipate suluhisho. Mambo ya uchumi samawati ambao iko mwingi kanda ya pwani, sisi ni wa faida kubwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa zile zinaweza kupelekewa wawakilishi wodi, zitaweza kusaidia sana. Maana kati ya hivi kuna wakilishi wodi ndani ya majimbo wengine hawana pesa za maendeleo. Wakipata hizi pesa, gavana awe na nyingi zaidi, wabunge wameongezeka, ni pesa za kwenda kusaidia mwananchi wa kawaida. Na tuna hakika tukifika kule mashinani tutaweza kuambia watu wetu kuwa mswada huu ambao umekuja kwa ushirikiano wa kuweza kuungana mkono Mheshimiwa wetu Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, kuzalisha mtoto huyu BBI, na sisi tuna imani tukuweza kupata zaidi maeneo bunge 70, pesa zaidi za kuweza kusomesha watoto wetu, yani basari, pesa zaidi za kuweza kujenga shule zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii Kenya itaendelea, miradi mingi itafanyika, na sisi tutakuwa wa faida zaidi, na hasa vizazi vyetu vijavyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa heshima ya watu wa Kilifi na jimbo kuu la Kilifi na pwani nzima, sisi tunaunga mswada huu, manake sisi ni wa faida. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndani ya Kilifi, ndani ya mswada huu tumeongezwa maeneo bunge 4. Sisi ni faida kwetu, na yale maeneo bunge yote ambayo yameongezwa ni faida kwa Wakenya. Tunaloomba zaidi vile viti vikuu, gavana akiwa mwanamke, mdogo wake awe mwanamume. President akiwa mwanamke au mwanamume, chini yake iwe mwanamke au mwanamume. Sisi ni wa furaha kama wamama viongozi, na tutafanyia kazi mswada huu, tuhakikisha pale mashinani watu wetu wameelewa na zile faida mswada huu unaleta kwa wananchi wetu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Member for Murang'a.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity to express myself, Mr. Speaker, and go in history that I support the bill. Mr. Speaker, it has been a lengthy journey, and as my colleagues have said, this has taken a long process. And Mr. Speaker, for the ones who are doubting Thomas's or opposing, it's because they ignored the process from the beginning. I'd like to remind us, Mr. Speaker, that we are here in this House representing the people who sent us here to represent them. When the BBI process started, Mr. Speaker, the power was given to the people, or to Wanjiku. I personally participated in my county when the team came for the first time, gave my views. Not all has been taken, but I thank God that a few of them were taken. Mr. Speaker, we have been suffering in the counties, and especially the counties that do not enjoy the equalization fund and the other funds, Mr. Speaker, that are given to the counties that are purported to be poor. But Mr. Speaker, my county is one of the leading counties with coffee and tea, and we have been contributing a lot to the national cake. Mr. Speaker, but when it comes to the time of paying back or giving back to the communities, we find that a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, we are referred as to a rich county, and sometimes we do not benefit from the taxes that we pay. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, one of the spirits and why I support the BBI is for the first time we will enjoy 1 vote, 1 shilling. Mr. Speaker, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I support the additional money to the counties. We know that this country is rich. And for the people who are purporting that this money will not be available, Mr. Speaker, we have said the minimum of 35%. I wish they can stand and tell Kenyans that if they get into power, they'll give them 50%. This money will benefit the people on the ground, Mr. Speaker. We know the Ward Development Fund will go straight to Mashinani, Mr. Speaker. If I give an example of my county, my MCAs have never enjoyed this fund, and therefore it has been the prerogative of the governor and his team to decide which area will benefit and which one will not benefit. If then, Mr. Speaker, in bad luck you get a governor who feels that the side that didn't support him, that they will not benefit, Mr. Speaker, then you can even have, Mr. Speaker, one part of the county being left out. But for now, Every ward representative, Mr. Speaker, or the MCA will have a fund for his own. And if I give an example of my county, Mr. Speaker, where each ward is supposed to benefit with around 20 million, well else, Mr. Speaker, myself as a woman rep, I receive from this house 7 million per year. Mr. Speaker, it has been the biggest undoing. And as we talk about the gender gains that we have gotten, one of the reasons why the women reps, and even last parliament, only 11 of us made back, Mr. Speaker, it is because we sit in the same house with the members of parliament. While they take 140 million per year to their constituencies, Mr. Speaker, the women rep take only 7 million. And so sometimes you are seen as jokers, sometimes you are branded as flower girls. Mr. Speaker, and people cannot understand how we sit in the same house and not given the same privilege to develop our constituencies. And therefore, I'd rather lose my 7 million and a constituency that has 5 wards will gain, Mr. Speaker, and have 35 million or 40 million. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of gender has been a thorn in the flesh. We had the Douala 1 up to 4. We did the dances, we did the dinners, Mr. Speaker, but we never managed to convince the House to actually vote for the gender gain. It is a shame that all the other houses from the county assemblies have managed to have a solution. The Senate has managed to have a solution, but this House that make laws, we were unable to make a law for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I support a 50-50 gender equality at the Senate. And I also want to urge the ladies, the women who are here, that they can go for the Senate position, they can go for the single constituency position. I've seen Honorable Nyamai has done her second term through God's grace, so it is possible. And some of us will go for gubernatorial positions, Mr. Speaker, because with even the speech of Suluhu yesterday, you saw that women can actually do better. Mr. Speaker, the issue of IBC, which was the committee said was a bit contentious because of the constituencies. I want to thank God that Murang'a has additional 1 constituency. Would have loved to have 4, because Murang'a South from Gatanga, Kandara, Kegumo constituency, and Maragua, we are almost at 200,000 mark, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we would have deserved to get more constituencies. But for Kangema and Madhya, there were some of the 2 constituencies which might have been merged if the BBI was not there. And so, as I support, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House that we are the creation, or the people are the creation of IEBC. IEBC should be in charge of elections and the boundaries. We have the power given by the people. The people have the sovereign power to say where they want additional constituency, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, our role as this House is just to agree with the people who have the sovereign power. IEBC is not senior or superior than the power of the people. And therefore, as I support, Mr. Speaker, I pray that one day I'll see this House where we have the CSs coming from this House, because the management, Mr. Speaker, of the ministry has been very difficult, where we have ministers who are outside and are not voted by the people and therefore have no feelings on what are the priorities of the people. So I support, Mr. Speaker, and congratulate His Excellency the President and the Prime Minister for coming up and giving the people a chance to say what they deserve. For Kenny and Kinangop, I know we have a chance, and this is just the beginning of the process. And I know, Mr. Speaker, very soon we can be able to look at the errors that were there before, and there's always a...
Honorable Hire, you are one of the people whose names disappeared when the machine was misbehaving.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes technology is very frustrating. I was on the top list, but it just disappeared. And I think that's why even we're having the Chinese rocket, which is out of control, could land on Earth anytime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, we need to see where we came from. Before we arrived at the BBI, this country was at the brink of collapsing. Through handshake by the president and the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, this country was stable. We have realized stability. We have realized that the handshake was what we really needed. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans have spoken, and I think this process has lasted for almost 2 years. Through stakeholder engagement, through public participation, through various visits to the villages and the counties, Kenyans were able to identify around 9 thematic areas that they wanted something to be done on. Areas that they thought required serious attention. And I think that is how BBI was born. Mr. Speaker, one attractive thing about the BBI bill is the strengthening of devolution. The allocation of about 35%, the minimum 35% to counties, is something very attractive. Mr. Speaker, I can confess that, courtesy of devolution, counties like Wajir and Mandera are having tarmac roads in their municipalities. Those regions which were considered marginalized, thank God through devolution, are able to get better health facilities, better health services, better a road network. And I think that needs to be supported by anybody who cares about that region. Mr. Speaker, through clause 51, the lifespan of the equalization fund, which was meant to spur, to bring at par the marginalized areas to the rest of the country, has been given a 10-year extension, because we have, for the 20 years was not sufficient. Therefore, the extension of the 10 years is, I think, a welcome, a move by the BBI bill. Mr. Speaker, politics is about competition. And what has been happening in the past is that counties or a governor who did not receive support from one part of the county will, when he comes to power, deprive that region, because they did not vote for him, development. And through the Ward Fund, which is anchored now in the Constitution, those areas, despite their political lineage, are able to receive the funds. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Mr. Speaker, anchoring CDF in the Constitution was a welcome move by the BBI bill, because the issue of court cases saying that CDF is unconstitutional will be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, this country needs an independent Inspector General of Police. That one can only be attested to by members of parliament who come from areas that have some serious security issues. Mr. Speaker, you have a junior police officer, an OCS, who is ineffective. But you see, the Inspector General of Police cannot do anything about it, because the process of the National Police Service is a long process before they do an action. And security is a very serious issue. It requires a quick response, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in every constitution-making process, of course, there are those parts which, might not be favoring certain part of the region. And Mr. Speaker, what I have a problem with in this BBI bill is the emphasis of population in resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, we come from areas that are vast. I do not understand why important parameters like the geographical size of a county has not been put into consideration when allocating resources, whether it is the additional 70 constituencies or the amendment of Article 203, which emphasizes on capping of the resource sharing. Mr. Speaker, I think those parts of the BBI are detriment to our region. And I think the executive will probably come up with some policy measures, including some affirmative action, to compensate for what we lost through, that capping of the allocation of the resources. Mr. Speaker, the BBI bill has more good things than those few, reservations that are made. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you very much.
Member for Mandera North.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak. First and foremost, I want to register my support for this bill.
Don't rise on a point of order because you haven't spoken. You are going to speak. Let the Honorable Abdallah Sheikh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to register my support for this motion. This is a historical moment in the country. I want to take back fellow members and Kenyans at large that there are certain key milestones in Kenya. The first milestone was during the independence. The second milestone is the repeal of Section 2A that ushered in the multi-party democracy. The third milestone was the 2010 Constitution. And now the fourth milestone is now the BBI, which seeks to amend certain sections of the 2010 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, we know that BBI initially was Handshake. It later on metamorphosized into the BBI itself. And now we have the bill itself to make amendments to the 2010 Constitution. Honorable Speaker, there are certain key silent features that are very good for this country. This document or this bill might not be 100% perfect, but nevertheless, almost 80% is quite in order. When you look at issues of devolution, and in the parts that where I come from, that is specifically in northern Kenya, and in Mandera in particular, devolution actually is the first semblance of governance or development that that part of the country has seen. Mr. Speaker, before devolution, the number of indigenous persons coming from northeastern, that is Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera, in terms of personnel employed by the national government during that time, the central government for that matter, were a mere 900 only. With the advent of devolution, we are talking about indigenous or locals having been employed of numbering about 12,000. That tells you that devolution is godsend to the people of northern Kenya and to the people of eastern, and particularly in Mandera. We are talking about 35% of the revenue now going to the counties. This in itself is quite in order. The semblance of development that we have seen so far is because of devolution. In some of our county headquarters, for the first time, we have seen tarmac roads, whereas in other parts of the country, tarmac roads exist in villages, exist in other parts, in other wards and locations. But in our place, it is now something that we have seen patterns of devolution. So with the 35% of revenue, we will want to see more development in our areas. We are also having the issue of ward development funds. Right now, the MCS representing the wards are at the mercy of the governors. But if this thing is quite entrenched in this bill, in the Constitution, that means even if you are not in good terms with the governor, even if you are in a different party or political dispensation with the governor, the ward development fund comes there, and you are supposed to ensure that development in the wards is perfectly taken care of. Another aspect is the CDF. We all know, members of parliament, that CDF is the only development tool at the grassroots that is visible, that is equitably shared, and that is 100% taken care of the people on the ground. This CDF, as we speak now, is under threat. Threat from people going to courts because it's not in the Constitution. But what the BBI bill now is proposing in this amendment is that the CDF is entrenched in the bill. All of us, we know, support CDF. We've been asking about saying, no CDF, no motion. No CDF, no business. Now this CDF thing is entrenched in our Constitution, and that is the best thing to support. There's the issue of inclusivity. We are talking about if the bill goes through during referendum. We are talking about the president, the vice president, the deputy president, the prime minister, the two deputy prime ministers. It is our hope that this inclusivity will be shared at the top level. We are having a situation whereby people from different regions will be able to share out these top positions so that inclusivity is at its best. How this BBI came to effect is because of the handshake. Remember, during the swearing in of President Uhuru Kenyatta, after the swearing in, we had the people's president who was also sworn in. We are staring at a situation whereby we are looking at two republics in the same country. So the handshake has come at a good time. It has helped us ease tensions. It has helped people to do their businesses. But above all, we are looking at beyond the BBI of now. We are looking at 2022 and beyond. Elections will come and go. That is, we know. But for sure, we are looking at situations whereby people, Kenyans, can vote for their parties, and after the elections, shake hands and move on. When I look at the issue of constituencies, I am fully aware that the 70 constituencies additional are contentious. We will have loved that each of the counties get one position. That has not come. However, remember, if this BBI did not safeguard certain constituencies in certain parts of the country, then we will have been looking at a situation whereby in parts of Northeastern, in parts of Mandera County, certain constituencies will have been wiped out. But these ones now are protected. So that itself says that we already have what we have. We may not have gotten more, but whatever we had is quietly protected. So I stand here to support this bill, and I want to say that let us go to referendum and ensure Kenyans vote for this bill for prosperity and for the benefit and peace of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I support.
Honorable Ibrahim Sahal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this important bill of the Constitution Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, I am sad and my heart is bleeding because we are losing our loved ones due to COVID. Hundreds are buried in Langata Cemetery every day, and we are here discussing about BBI rather than addressing the issue of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. I am sad, I am not happy. As legislators, we have also talked about the COVID-19 and how people are dying. Mr. Speaker, the other concern I have is the people of Wajir South and Ijara constituency have been sidelined. Mr. Speaker, they were supposed to get a constituency, extra constituencies. This is pure discrimination. The people of Wajir South and Ijara have the largest areas in Kenya. Wajir South is second largest, and Ijara is the fifth, with population of 350 and 370. And they have been discriminated. For that reason, I have my concern, but I support the BBI. Thank you.
Honorable Joyce Koril, member for Bomet. Member for Bomet, you also just all over in this. Member for Bomet, Honorable Joyce Koril. That one there.
Is it Koril or myself?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I must sincerely thank you for giving me this chance. I've really been waiting since morning. I've been here since 9, waiting to contribute on this very, very important amendment bill, which I know the entire country is waiting for. This is amendment that has come at such a time when the entire country is struggling with a very serious pandemic that has taken the economy down and has taken the lives of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, we also face a serious challenge that a number of youth have missed their employment in various sectors. But here today, as politicians, we are discussing the PPI instead of looking at ways and means of assisting the youths of this country in order for them to at least be able to move on with life. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say this, that I have stood to state it categorically that I will not be a conveyor belt in this house for the women who have been here before me, who struggled to an extent of having the affirmative action. They struggled to an extent of having the 47 women representatives in this house. Today we are here as women celebrating the PPI, which is removing the women in the National Assembly where they are supposed to oversee the budget-making process. This is where the government money is being shared. And today, as women in this house, we are celebrating the PPI and the issue that the women are being taken to the Senate, yet the Church of the High Court had ruled that this house is not constitutionally constituted. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to be informed why the 47 women representatives were going to be moved to the Senate and not retained in this house. And then you find some funny women here telling us that the women are going to be nominated. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. We don't also fear going to the single constituencies. That is not a problem for us as women. We are also capable of doing the same. But I want to say, you should remove the notion of telling us that you are going to be nominated. We are equal to the task. But removing us from the budget-making process to just go and oversee the county government, taking on the governors, I think there must be something wrong with the ladies. This is something that other people have been fighting for. Mr. Speaker, not only that, they are talking about the issues of 35%. That one is not a challenge. The Constitution, the 2010 Constitution states clearly that we can give to the counties at least 15%, meaning we can go even up to 100. Right now, the 15% that you are talking about that is supposed to go to the county government is not there. The government is fighting. The government is borrowing daily to run the government. This is the same government that is being run by Junet and the rest. And I want to say this, Mheshimiwa Junet. I want to applaud Mheshimiwa Orengo and Mheshimiwa Tendo Omolo. Not because he is from the other divide, but because he saw the sense of having this concept that it must be amended. It is so weird to be in a house of debate and you tell me that I should not bring any amendment to this house. But because the Speaker ruled that, I will only want to say, and I will repeat, I will never be a conveyor belt in this house. We must debate in this house. We must tell the Kenyans the truth. We have the lawyers, we have the politicians who are always interested with their own lives. They are never interested with what is going to the common mwananchi. It is shocking. Right now you are talking about the new fighters, the Indian fighters. Yet the same government allow the flights to come in. You are now giving us the problems of how to solve it. Us as politicians, we are just here discussing the PPI, using the same money that was supposed to assist the Kenyans in terms of getting the vaccines and what have you, to do our own debates. And the women are still here. The top seats have been discussed. Men have put themselves inside there. There is no single woman there. They have been given the position of a deputy governor in case of a governor being a man. And that is May. It is not a must. And we are here as women celebrating nothing. I am shocked. And I want to say this, Speaker. I want to say this, that unless the women, the current sitting women, come out clearly and tell us what is in the PPI, I will say that we are moving to the wrong direction. The seat that brought a number of women here is the women representative. We want to see those mama mbogas coming to this house using the same seat. Not because you are going for the governor or you've been promised a ministerial position, you want to block other women from coming to this house. We cannot, I know, a number of us cannot compete with the men. Some of us say yes, we can compete with men. But we have a number of ladies who cannot compete with the men. So I want to say this, Speaker. The thing that is going to make me not to vote for this PPI is the issue of the women. And that is why I will repeat to say that let it remain in records. I will not be those part of the women who are going to remove or to kill the vision of the women who made a possibility to make sure that the 47 women are in this house. The same constitution, the same PPI we are talking about.
You are through now. Now, sit down now. Now sit. Now. This is the National Assembly. Once the mic is off, the rest of what you may thinking that you are saying is to yourself. It's in the air. It's not recorded anywhere. Now that you have spoken, Honorable Joyce Koril, now relax. Honorable members, before we proceed, we go on. No, let me just say this. As I stated earlier, our IT system appears to have some serious problems. And I have from here directed that our IT team start working on this, because you may want to make certain decisions and we'll still be using the same system. So they need to up their game. But before we move on, let me allow the leader majority to move a particular motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion. That aware that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 is scheduled to proceed to a roll call vote at the second reading and the third reading during today's afternoon sitting, further aware that the House is expected to rise at 6:30 p.m. and commence the evening sitting at 7 p.m., cognizant of the provisions of Standing Order 35, providing the House ought not adjourn where a division is in progress, this House resolves, 1, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, subsection A, the afternoon sitting of today, Thursday, May the 6th, 2021, shall stand extended until the conclusion of business listed as order number 8, 9, and 10 in the order paper, and 2, not hold the evening sitting of today, Thursday, 6th May 2021. The import of this, honorable members, so that we are all together, is we are scheduled to go on a short break to end this session by 6:30. Then we come for another 2-hour session at 7 to 9. when we pass this motion, the effect of this will be that we will suspend, we'll cancel the evening session, and then this session will continue until we conclude the business today, right? Which now means there will be some more time for a few more members to speak, right? And then when we start the voting, we will do seamless voting. Taking into account that there are people who are waiting to vote virtually, there are people who have to go and who are fasting, and I want to do their iftar. So we want to accommodate everyone, yeah? And then once we vote, the speaker will then guide us on the specifics of when to vote, okay? But let's pass the motion first, then we will give, because we will still need this motion, even if we are voting now, because remember you're voting by roll call. Now, just so we understand one another, members, roll call means every one of you will be called by name, and you'll have to say yes or no, right? Now that will take a while, and we cannot interrupt it once, yeah? You know, once the session ends, it could have implications that we don't want. So let us agree that we extend, we create the time for the convenience of the House. It gets a few more people speaking. It also ensures we can vote properly, and it also means that the links for voting virtually can now be sent because there's a specific time when people will be told be linked in. So with those words, I beg to move and ask the leader of minority to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I second this motion because we will have 3 votes. We will vote at the second reading, we will vote the committee of the whole House, we will vote again at the third reading, and all require a specific number of members present and voting. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to plead that after this, Mr. Speaker, maybe you make a communication so that even if I can see my watch is telling me it is 5:26, I was requesting that the latest we can take this vote should be 6. So that, Mr. Speaker, yeah, that is just 30 minutes away, but it should be communicated that we are taking a vote at 6, and so that we have just a few members to talk, and then we call all the other members to take a vote at 6, so that we also end this sitting, because the day is Thursday, Mr. Speaker. We don't want to keep members in Nairobi forever. Mr. Speaker, I want to request you that we ask members that we take a vote at 6. We just leave a few members to contribute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Honorable Osman, the member who is honorable members, this is a procedural motion which is for extension of sitting time and cancellation of the evening sitting of today. And the motion which I now propose screens that aware that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 is scheduled to proceed to a roll call vote at the second reading and third reading during today's afternoon sitting. Further aware that the House is expected to rise at 6:30 p.m. and commence the evening sitting at 7 p.m. cognizant of the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 5, providing that the House ought not adjourn while a division is in progress. This House resolves, 1, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, the afternoon sitting of today, Thursday, May 6, 2021, shall stand extended until the conclusion of business listed as order numbers 8, 9, and 10 in the order paper, and 2, not to hold the evening sitting of today, Thursday, May 6, 2021. Honourable members, before I put the question, I just want to say that, again, it's up to you. The point that was raised by the leader of the minority party is a matter that you yourselves, again as a House, would be in a position to resolve using a different standing order, being standing order number 95. So maybe we need to dispense of this motion, then perhaps the Honorable John Bandi, you can organize on those lines. I put the question that aware that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 2020 is scheduled to proceed to a roll call vote at the second reading and third reading during today's afternoon sitting. Further aware that the House is expected to rise at 6:30 p.m. and commence the evening sitting at 7 p.m., cognizant of the provisions of Standing Order number 30, subsection 5, providing that the House ought not to adjourn while a division is in progress. This House resolves, 1, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 30, subsection 3, paragraph A, the afternoon sitting of today, Thursday, May 6, 2021, shall stand extended until the conclusion of business listed as order number 8, 9, and 10 in the order paper, and 2, not to hold the evening sitting of today, Thursday, May 6, 2021. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, the net effect of this, I know, I'm not able to rely on my screen here. But I'm also aware, some of you have come with those entreaties that you have been here since 8, 9, 10, and have not contributed. This is the opportunity. This motion now, the way it is coached, allows so many of you who have sat here and who want to have your voice captured in the Hansard a chance to contribute. So that's the net effect of this. So please, now, don't bother coming to check on the screen with the secretariat there, or even on my screen, so that then you can allow me to revert to the old system, which I'm very, very familiar with, which was members catching the speaker's eye. And since I have capacity to identify many of you, now it's not yet, not yet. So that honourable members, I know so many of you have come to see me here. Some of you haven't even sent emissaries to talk to me. Let me not rely on the machine. I allow you to speak. Honourable Junaid, what is the point of order? Yeah?
Welcome. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that's what I want. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, yeah. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I wanted to seek your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, please, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, many members who have spoken have come with the mindset that they are going to vote. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, now that the sitting of this sitting, Mr. Speaker, has been altered, I don't know whether I'm in a position to reduce the time of speaking, because it's like a new beginning, Mr. Speaker, under this motion, whether we can reduce the time to 3 minutes so that every member can speak. Mr. Speaker, then by 7 o'clock we vote, 7 o'clock.
You know, no, it is still... Honorable Goyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm starting on Order 95. Could the mover be called upon to reply? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, honour members, take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Now, honour members, order members. On the members. Now, honour members. Member for Wajir East, please. Well, honour members, the member for Muhoroni stood in his place and claimed to rise on a point of order, understanding order number 95, calling upon the mover be called upon to reply. It is not the function of the Speaker to decide on that. It is for the House to decide. Therefore, honour members, I put the question, which is that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I will not take a lot of time, but I want to thank all the members who have made their contributions to this historic debate. And I want to recognize that, as expected, the opinions were as divided as the members. Some represented their people, some represented themselves, and some represented the political factions that they represent. But the bottom line is we are all richer in terms of the opinion. I also want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your patience and for the thorough research you did on all the issues that were raised on the floor of this House, and for guiding this House and the country in terms of what happens when we have a similar motion and a similar process into the future. Mr. Speaker, the very key issues that arose and that I wish to respond to are not many, because you covered most of them. But the main one is the underscoring and underlining that the exercise of the sovereign power and will of the people is fundamental. I cannot be derailed by any person or anybody or any organ. Mr. Speaker, what was also underscored is that the BBI initiative is a popular initiative, supported by 3 million people who have put their signatures who have put their signatures, and 44 out of 47 counties who have supported this bill. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, members will have the opportunity to demonstrate their love for their country in the next few minutes, when people will vote for country or for self. And those who love their country, who love this great republic, who love the people, will join the 3 million people in voting yes. Mr. Speaker, I beg to respond.
Honourable members, Honourable Wamunyinyi, if we could, now, honourable members, it's good to listen to this. As guided in my communication of Tuesday, at the conclusion of the second reading, I must put the question, but before putting the question, I must allow for the division bell to be rung. So I direct that the division bell be rung for 10 minutes. On our members, we must use your standing orders. You are the ones who are going to create the standing orders, but let the division bell be rung. Order members, order members, order members, order members, order members. Order members, take your seats. Now, honor members, ordinary honor members, the procedure would have been for the Speaker to order that the doors be closed and the bar be drawn, and that thereafter no member is allowed to walk in or walk out. But honor members, we are living in extraordinary circumstances due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And therefore, looking around the chamber, I can say we are certainly more than the 112 that is permitted. It also is an indication of the interest that this particular motion has. So, such at times you will not draw the bars because, honor members, I did also direct that there will be the tent and other areas like the members' lounge being designated as part of the chamber. And therefore, because a member can claim that they are sitting at the tent when their name is called out, we cannot therefore close the door or draw the bar. And also because we shouldn't be here when we are this many for that long when the entire place is locked up and closed. So, honor members, you will allow that we proceed without closing the doors or drawing the bar. The next thing, honor members, is I have to ascertain, given the provisions of Article 257 on the voting threshold as guided in my communication of Tuesday, I must ascertain that we have in the chamber, or at least people who have recorded their presence, a number that is not below 175. The member for Emuhaya says that we are certainly more. I agree, but this being a constitutional amendment bill, it is not one where you even can use decibels. It's not a voice vote. So we must, for posterity and record, ascertain the number of members present and voting, both here and those who are going to vote virtually, so that the record is clear for anybody to see. So I will require that those of you that are here, that are able to log in, or we do a physical count. The Honorable John Bandi says he has already counted this side. No, we cannot allow the grandfather of the house to be the one counting. The easiest way of counting would be by calling out the names, isn't it? But not voting. Because first, before we vote, we must ascertain the numbers to be exact. Yeah? Who? Can we? Okay. Huh? Oh, because the system, I'm informed the system, since the system was reconfigured, it can only count up to 112. But I think because we have enough officers, let's just get a physical count, please. Clerk and the staff, please. Count, please, and give us the numbers. Please, Honorable Kukose. Honorable Sankok, you are going to be mistaken. You may not be counted. Those counting might mistake you for the sergeant at arms. Honourable members, the physical count has found that we, inside the chamber, we have 247 members. And those members that have registered to do virtual voting are 55, bringing the number to 302. 302. Now, honourable members, like I told you, this procedure is guided by the provisions of Standing Order number 73 on roll call voting. And for convenience of everyone present, we will use the list of members as appears alphabetically. But, not seniority. As they appear in the alphabetical order, every member will be called out. You will indicate which way you are voting. Yeah? And then those who are virtual, when their names are called out, their photos will appear, their images, not their photos, their images will appear on the screen, and we will hear how each votes. Again, for our brothers and sisters who are Muslims, I have been informed that at 6:30 there will be iftar at the small dining. So if it gets to that time, you'll be at liberty to leave the chamber and come back. You will not lose your opportunity, your chance to vote. So, honourable members, if we can agree. What do you mean? Now, honourable members, I thought now we are clear, isn't it? And we will do, this is the second reading. This is the second reading of this bill. Now, honourable members, again, the law requires that I read out the question, not for the voice vote. Please, Honourable Nyamai, you always want to listen to the villagers, even as anyone. I know, these days there are too many gadgets out there. So I know they are always sending you, see how we are doing work for you. So you want to ascertain but let us just do this one. It's for the country. So, honourable members, I'll put the question, which is that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a second time. Now, the clerk will read out the names of each and every member alphabetically. Please proceed.
Honorable Abdi Yusuf Hassan, Kamkunji constituency.
Ooh. What's the name? Abdi, member for Kamukunji. On the mic, give him the mic, please.
As a member of Kamkunji, MP for Kamkunji, I vote yes.
Honorable Abdullahi Major Retired Bashir, Mandera North constituency.
I, Honorable Major Retired Bashir Abdullahi, Member of Parliament, Mandera North, I vote yes.
Honorable Abuor Paul, Rongo constituency.
You can't walk here.
Honorable Paul Abuor, MP for Rongo constituency. Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Honorable Adagala Beaches, Kahai, Vihiga County constituency.
I, Adagala Beatrice, on behalf of ANC, I vote yes.
Honorable Adam Safia Sheikh, Marsabit County.
I, Safia Sheikh Adam, Women Representative Marsabit County, I vote yes.
Honorable Herbert Shakil Ahmed Shabir, to vote virtually.
Honorable Shakil Shabil, member for Kisumu East. And mute. What? No, honor members. How did the member for Kisumu East vote? You see, there are some members who did not hear. Huh? What is wrong with you? Yeah? Honor members, I'm told maybe if we could just maintain some silence a bit so that we can hear you. Yeah? Now, Honorable Shakil Shabil, is coming. Wait. Yeah. Now, and also, can you read about 5 names in a row, or even 10, so that members, because people are, some of them are at the back, so that people don't
Honorable Alpha Miruka Ondiek, Bomachonge County.
Read another one.
Ali Adan Haji, Mandera South County. Honorable constituency. Honorable Ali Amin Dedi Mohammed, Laikipia East County. Constituency, sorry. Honorable Ali Fatuma Gendi, Wajir County. Honorable Ali Sharif Athman, Lamu East County.
Okay, can we get the first one, please?
I, Honorable Alpha Undiek Miruka, member of Mochoga Chacha constituency with my people, I vote yes.
I, Honorable Adan Haji Ali, member for Mandera South, I vote yes.
I, Fatuma Gedi Ali, County MP Wajir, for the sake of Handshake and the Kenyan women, I vote yes.
Member for Laikipia East, Amin Dedi Mohammed, he is registered as voting virtually. What is he saying now? Honorable Amin Dedi, or write a piece of paper and show, display. There are only 3 letters. 3 or 2. How did he vote now? I think we have a big challenge. Let's agree we have a challenge on this thing. Now, honor members, let's do this. The staff who are hosting, can you also direct those members? They are at liberty to write the answers, either no or yes, and show on the screen. Because we are having a challenge, and it's taking too much of our time. But some of them could be driving, some of them, but we can proceed. We can proceed with the members present. Members present, can you read another set of 5 names? In a row, quickly. They will come and say
Honorable Ali Sharif Athman, Lamu East Constituency. Honorable Aluot John Olago, Kisumu West Constituency. Honorable Amin Rashid Kasim, Wajir East Constituency. Honorable Amolo Dr. Otiende, Narienda Constituency. Honorable Angatia Ayub Savula, Lugari Constituency.
I, John Olago Aluoch, on behalf of the people of Kisumu West, I vote yes.
I, Honorable Rashid Amin, MP Wajir East Constituency, vote yes.
Hapo juu unitumia, kuna notification utakupea, juu unitumia. Kwenda kwa website.
I, Otiende Amolo of Rarieda constituency, having once been the vice chair of the joint committee, and in accordance with Article 257(10) of the Constitution, I vote yes.
I, Ayub Savula Angatia,
the first, second-term MP for Lugari constituency, I vote yes. Tangatanga kusha.
Honorable Angweni Jimmy Nuru Odiek, Kitutu Chache constituency. Honorable Angweni Jimmy Nuru Odiek, Kitutu Chache North constituency. Honorable Arama Samuel, Nakuru Town West constituency. Honorable Aramat Lemaken, Narok East constituency. Honorable Arati Paul Simba, Dagoret North constituency. Honorable Ambele Marcelino Malimo, Laisamis constituency.
I, Honorable Jimmy Nuru Ondie Kiangwenyi, Baba wa Parliament, and representing the people of Judiciary North, I say yes.
I, Samuel Yarama, Member of Parliament for Nakuru Town West constituency, representing Nakuru Town West constituency, I say yes. I vote yes.
I, Malima Arbele, representing Laisamis constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Shakil Shabil. Honorable Shakil Shabil. We could not hear you. Yes, you must have been using your phone.
Yes, I was.
Please, can you now vote now that you've come?
Verbally.
Yes, of course.
I, Shakil Shabir, Member of Parliament, Kisumu East, on behalf of the Kisumu East residents and voters, I vote yes. Yes.
Honour members, sorry, a special plea has been made to me and I have acceded to it. It is this, that our colleagues who are variously able, and I'm told some of whom may be about to leave on account of not feeling well, we could give them a chance to vote. I'll start with the Honorable Teya, and Honorable Danita Gatti, if she is here. Honorable Teya, come forward, please. Honorable Danita Gatti, if she is in. Honorable Wanyonyi. Not Honorable Sankok. Honorable Sankok, just hold on. Honorable Teya, please. Honorable Teya.
I, Janet Teya, Women Representative for Kajiado, I vote yes.
May I also say, if the Honorable Naida Gatti comes in, she will be given a priority.
I, David Ole Sankok, representing 6.5 million Kenyans with disability, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, the Honorable Denita Gatti, representing persons with disabilities of Kenya, I vote yes.
The Honorable Wanyonyi in the chamber? Virtual? Very well. Can we read let's read the names. Honor members, please. One of the names that was read out is that of the Honorable Simba Arati, who is out of the country in the People's Republic of China, and has indicated that he wants to vote virtually. Staff, are you able to get them to bring on the screen the Honorable Simba Arati?
I, Simba Arati, MP Dagoretti North, I vote yes for my people.
Very well, the staff, are you able, the staff hosting, are you able to locate the Honorable Wanyonyi? It's indicated that he was also to vote virtually. If you're able, please to bring him on the screen.
I, Simba Arati, MP Dagoretti, I vote yes.
No, he has voted only once. Can we proceed as they hunt for? Yeah? But he came and voted, yes. Albele, he voted.
Okay. Honorable Atandi Samuel Anunga, Alengo Usonga constituency. Honorable Babu Owino Paul Ongili, Embakasi East constituency. Honorable Badi Twali, Jomfu constituency. Honorable Baya Owen Ya, Kilifi North constituency. Honorable Bor Florence C.K., Kericho County constituency. Honorable Bowen David Kagongo, Marakwet East constituency. Honorable Bunyasi Sakwa John, Nambale constituency. Honorable Buyu Rosa Akinyi, Kisumu County.
Very well. Honor members, remember, even those who we have given special chance, there will be also voting in committee of the whole house, and much more significantly, voting in the third reading of the bill. Proceed.
I, Atandi Onunga Samuel, representing the people of Alego Usonga, I vote yes.
Thank you. I, Honorable Babu Owino Ongili, Member of Parliament, Embakasi East constituency, and your favorite son, on behalf of the people of Embakasi East constituency, on behalf of my wife and my children, I vote, just shut up, Tangatanga. I vote yes with all my body parts and organs.
I, Honorable Badi Twali Badi, aka Kijana Mwepesi, Garang di Mabiori Mzee Fulangenge, vote yes today. On behalf of the people of Jomvu, I vote yes.
And I vote. Anybody hearing me there?
Yeah.
Simba, you already voted. Did I vote?
You voted?
Yes. Yes, you voted, yes.
I, Owen Ya, Baya, MP for Kilifi North.
On behalf of the people of Dagoretti North,
on behalf of the people of Kilifi, and because Kilifi is getting 4 new constituencies, I vote yes.
I, Florence Bore, County MP, Kericho, I vote no.
I, Sakwa Bunyasi, Member of Parliament for Nambale, I vote yes.
Honour members, before the Honourable, please, you vote.
I, Rosa Akinyi Buyu, on behalf of Kisumu County, I vote yes.
Honour members, may I again now request that just vote your name, your constituency. Please don't those other things that you use, don't just vote.
Honorable Chebaibai Jen Jopkoril, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Honorable Cheboy Moses Kepkemboi, Resoi North County. Honorable Shege Maitu Sabina Wanjiru, Ranga County. Honorable Chepkoech Joyce Koril, Bomet County. Honorable Chepkut William Kamuren, Ainabkoi constituency. Honorable Chepkwon Charity Kadhambi, Joro constituency. Honorable Cheruyot Gladwell Yesire, Baringo County.
I, Jane Chepkorir Kipto Chebaibai, on behalf of the people of Elgeyo Marakwet, I vote no.
I am Moses Kipkemboi Cheboy, Kuresoi North Constituency. Mr. Speaker, you have given me the opportunity to do the committee of the whole House on this particular bill, so I abstain.
I, Honorable Maito Sabina Wanjiru Chege, on behalf of Murang'a County people, including Kiharo and Kandara constituency, I vote yes.
I, Gladwell Cheriot Tungo from Baringo County, on behalf of my people and for the sake of Mogotio constituency, I vote yes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm Charity Kadhambi Chepkonye, and for the interest of my people, Joro constituency, who are going to gain with another extra constituency, I vote yes.
Camreno, which Camren? Camren, Honorable Camren, you are called out. Honorable Camren, you are called out. Order members. Honorable Camren, you are called out. Camren. And the Honorable Chepkut, you are also called out, please. Maybe the clerk. Read out the name. No, not now. Please, Honorable Kamren.
I, Honorable Charles Kamren, Member of Parliament, Baringo South, I vote no.
I, Honorable Kasait Kamket, representing Mighty Tiati, I vote yes.
I, William Jirjir Chepkut, Member of Parliament of Ainapkoi constituency, was in Kishu County, because we were given
3 constituencies' interest, I vote big yes.
Honorable Chesembe Friend Kapondi, Honorable Chumel Samuel Moroto, Honorable Daud Abdul Rahim, Honorable Duale Aden Bare, Honorable Duale Mohammed Dahil, Honorable Ekwama James Lomenen, Honorable Emankor Joyce Akai.
Sawa. Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Abdul Rahim Daoud, MP for Nordimenti, Meru County, and I vote a big yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm Samuel Moroto, Chumel, MP Kapenguria. I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. Mohammed Dahir Duale, MP Dadaab, I vote yes.
Honorable Chumel Moroto, you have been indicated as voting virtually. Very well. We delete. Now we got your vote. Proceed. The Honorable Duale, member for Garissa Township. Honorable Chesebe Kapondi, member for Mount Elgon.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, for the people of Garissa and Ijara and Wajir South, I vote no.
You can only vote for one constituency. Let's move on. Let's move on, Sarah. Mungenipa kalamu hata mimi niwe because unaona sasa kama
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
You have voted for the people of Garissa Township. We are not yet able to connect to the Honorable Joyce Emanicol Akai.
Honorable Speaker, I am present.
Okay, Joyce.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please, Honorable Emanicol.
Yes, I, Joyce Akai Emanicol, on behalf of the great county of Turkana and the people of Turkana, I vote no.
There was an indication also that the Honorable Ekwama James Lomenen, Turkana South, was to vote virtually. Honorable Lomenen. Member is not yet connected. Can we call out another set of 5?
Honorable Gal Hamed Bashane, Honorable Gashagwa Rigathi, Honorable Gashobe Samuel Kinuthia, Honorable Gakuya James Mwangi, Honorable Gakuya Masi Wanjiku, Honorable Nganya Francis Chachu, Honorable Garane Mohammed Hire, Honorable Gikaria David.
Member of Parliament for Northern County. On behalf of people of Northern, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Rigathi Gachagua, under firm and clear instructions from the great people of Madeira, I vote no.
I, Samuel Kenodia Gashobe, MP Subukia, I vote yes.
I, Masi Wanjigo Bakuya, from the largest, the most populated constituency in Kenya, Kasarani, I vote yes.
I, Gikaria David, I have instructions from my people of Nakuru Town East to come and vote a big yes.
Sorry, honor members, I know that the Honorable here was here. In fact, he contributed. Must be among the group of Muslims who have gone for iftar. Retain his slot.
Honorable Gimose Charles Gumini, Honorable Gitau Faith Wairimo, Honorable Givinji Robert Gishumu, Honorable GK George Masharia Kariuki, Honorable Gogo Lilian Achieng, Honorable Gure Anab Mohammed, Honorable Guyo Ali Wario, Honorable Hassan Amina Gedo, Honorable Hassan Kulo Maalim.
I, Faith Wairimo Getau, County Member of Parliament for Nyandarua, I vote no.
I, Ali Wario Guyo, MP Garseni constituency, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Charles Gumini Gimose, MP for Hamisi constituency, and the Archbishop of Mahobare Revival Ministries, I vote no.
I, Robert Geshimu Gedenji, Member of Parliament Geshogo, recognizing that the role of this parliament is merely transmissionary, I pass this bill to the next level for the people to decide. Let the people decide, I vote yes.
I, Honorable Speaker, Member of Parliament for Deer constituency, on behalf of the people of Deer, I vote no.
That's the Honorable GK.
Yes, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, in
I
memory
vote no.
of Honorable Speaker, in memory of Michael Okira Abiga of Rangwe constituency who lost his life to electoral violence, Dr. Lilian Achieng Gogo, Member of Parliament for Rangwe constituency, votes yes.
Honourable members, there's a member who voted virtually, the Honourable G.K. George Macharia Kariuki, member for DIA. Yeah? He's voted. Yeah, he has. my business is to ensure that we have Hassan Kulo Maalim, who is to vote virtually. I don't know whether he is available or...
I, Kulo Maalim Hassan, MP Banista, I vote yes.
Oh, great.
Honorable Hassan Omar
Just a
Mohammed.
minute, honour members, I'm told that the member for Laikipia East, Amin Dedi, who was not audible, is now available. Can you call him out and let him vote?
I, Amin Dedi Muhammad Ali, MP Laikipia East. For the people of Laikipia East, I vote yes.
Very well.
Honorable Hassan Omar Mohammed Maalim. Honorable Hassan Rehema. Honorable Hassan Zulaiha Juma. Honorable Hiribai Said Buya. Honorable Olufo Hassan Oda. Honorable Ibrahim Abdi Munde. Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed Abdisalan. Honorable Ibrahim Nasri Salam. Honorable Ichungwa Anthony Kimani. Honorable Injendi Moses Malulu.
Proceed.
I, Said Buya Hiribai, representing Galole constituency, Tana River County, I say yes.
I, Rehema Hassan, representing Tana River County, I vote no because I'm losing.
I, Moses Malulu Injendi, MP Malava, Kakamega County, because of the constituency and the CDF entrenchment, I vote yes.
Mimi Zulekha Juma Hassan nikiwakilisha wakaazi wa Kwale County, napiga kura ndio, yes.
Anybody vote?
Can I vote virtual?
Yes, Honorable Ichungwa was to vote virtually, yes?
I, Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim, Wajir, representing Wajir North constituency, do vote yes.
I, Hassan Omar Mohammed, representing Mandera East, vote yes.
I. Hello.
Unasikia speaker anauliza.
Nyonyi. Hello.
Yes, Honorable Wanyonyi, please go ahead. Honorable Tim Wanyonyi.
Member of Parliament for Westlands, I vote yes. Tim Wanyonyi for.
Sawa, done. But you must hold on to the next vote. Honorable Wanyonyi,
thank you.
You still wait for the next vote. Honorable Ichungwa.
Mr. Speaker, I, Ishongwa Anthony Kimani, on behalf of the people of Kikuyu and to protect the 2010 Constitution, I vote no.
Proceed.
Honorable Iringo Cyprian Kubai. Honorable Jaldesa Rehema Dida, Honorable Jango Patrick Kimani Wainaina, Honorable Kabebea Josephat Gishunge Mwirabua, Honorable Kajwang Francis Tom Joseph, Honorable Kaluma George Peter Opondo, Honorable Kamanda Maina, Honorable Kamene Joyce, Honorable Kamket Hasaid William. Okay. Honorable Kaichori Elijah Memusi.
I, Iringo Kubai Cyprian, representing Wegembe Central constituency, on behalf of Wegembe Central and for the benefits, I vote yes.
I, Honorable Engineer Wainaina Jango, on behalf of the people of Thika, I vote a big yes.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Nairobi people, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, TJ Kajwang, the People's Chief Justice, and the incoming Vice Chair of JLAC, on behalf of the people of Ruaraka, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Rehema Dida Jaldesa, the County MP Isiolo, on behalf of the people of Isiolo, who are losing 1.6 million, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, George Peter Opondo Kaluma, on my own behalf, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my uncle, the late Dr. Odhiambo Mbai, who died fighting for devolution, and on behalf of the people of Homa Bay Town constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker Elijah Memusi Kanchori, Member of Parliament, Kajiado Central, I vote yes.
I, Joyce Kamene Kasimbi, the Machakos County Member of Parliament, on behalf of the people of Machakos County and for the prosperity of this country, I vote a big yes.
Kamuren Charles. Honorable Kandie Joshua Chepyegon, Honorable Kanyi Charles Dangua, Honorable Kasalu Irene Mudhoni, Honorable Katana Aisha Juma Karisa, Honorable Katana Paul Kahindi, Honorable Kaunya Edward Oku, Honorable Kega Madenge James Kanini, Honorable Keter Alfred Kipto, Honorable Keter Gideon.
I, Ahmed Bashane Gal, on behalf of Talbot constituency, I vote yes.
I, Charles Njagwakanyi, Member of Parliament for Starehe, I vote yes.
I, Alfred Kipto Keter, Member of Parliament and East, I vote yes.
I, Mohammed Hira Gyanane, Member of Parliament, Legdera constituency, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Oku Kaunya, Member of Parliament for Tessa North,
I vote a big yes.
I, Honorable Abdi Mood Ibrahim, Member of Parliament for Lafe constituency, I vote yes.
I, Paul Kahindi Katana, MP Kaloleni, I vote yes.
I, Kanini Kera James Madenge, the MP for Kieni, and also on behalf of my neighboring constituency, Madera, I vote yes.
Oh, sorry, that must be Aisha Katana. Honorable Aisha Jumwa Katana. Virtual.
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, please.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes. The entire House can hear you.
I am Aisha Jumwa, MP for Malindi, and on behalf of the Malindi people and the Hasla Nation at large, I refuse a bloated parliament. I vote a big no. Yes, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
We have heard you, we have heard you. Can we get Kasalo, Irene? Can we get Dr. Kasalo, Irene Mudoni?
Yes,
Virtually. Honorable Kasalo.
Hello, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, on behalf of the people of Kitui, I vote yes.
Very well.
Hello, Mr. Speaker, you can hear me? I vote yes.
Yes, we have heard Honorable Kasalo, we have heard you. The Honorable Kandie was to vote virtually. Honorable Kandie, he has indicated he was voting virtually. Did you get to?
On behalf of the Malindi people and the Hasla Nation at large, I refuse a bloated parliament.
We are through with that now. We are only voting. The other story is for the wicked, isn't it? Please, let's proceed. How far did we go? So, where did you put it?
Honorable Kainan Willie Aidan, Honorable Kiai Anthony Githiaka, Honorable Kiaraho David Juguna, Honorable Kibe Ann Wanjiku, Honorable Kibunguchi Enoch Wamalwa, Honorable Kigano Clement Muturi, Honorable Kihara Jane Njeri Wanjiro, Honorable Kihara Peter Kimari, Honorable Kilonzo Charles Mutavi, Honorable Kimani
members and the
Kuria.
whips. Can you remind some of those members, because I can see some carrying their bags, they have finished. What? You know, some of them don't understand parliamentary procedures.
I, Honorable Adan Kainan Welia, representing the people of Eldas constituency, I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. On behalf of the great people of Mokoroine, my name is Anthony Kiai, which is BBI saving Mokoroine from being scrapped. I vote yes.
Muturi Kigano, MP Kangema, votes yes on behalf of Kangema.
I, David Njuguna Kiaraho, on behalf of the great people of Olkarau constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm Peter Kebari Kihara, MP Mathioya, and on behalf of my great people of Mathioya, I vote yes.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ni Kimani Francis Kuria, mbunge wa eneo bunge la Molo, Nakuru County, napiga kura ya ndio.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Charles Kilonzo. On behalf of members of on behalf of the people of Yatta, I vote yes.
No, just a minute, honour members. I'm being requested to remind members, especially honour members, I'm being reminded being requested to remind members that there will be a third reading, a crucial third reading of this bill. And therefore, yes, you have voted. It is not over yet. It's not over until it is over. And that last over will be after third reading. So please, unless you are going out to go and do iftar, remain within. Proceed. And I wanted to hear whether the member for Lamu East is shown here to be voting virtually, although earlier in the day, he was here in the house. He is indicated as voting virtually. If it's virtual, very well. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Read the names. The Honorable Jane Kihara is voting virtually, member for Naivasha. Kihara Jane, Jerry Wanjiro. Are you able to get the Honorable Jane Kihara? We proceed until you get them.
Honorable Kiminu Joshua Kevinda. Honorable Kimunya Amos Mohinga, Honorable Kingara Simon Nganga, Honorable Kingi Michael Thoya, Honorable Kingola Patrick Macau, Honorable Kioni Jeremiah Ngayu, Honorable Kibiwot Julius Meli, Honorable Kipkoril William Cheptumo, Honorable Kipkosgei Joseph Tonui, Honorable Kipiegon Johanna Ngeno.
Please, honour members. And you know, when you announce is when you are ticked.
Yeah. I, Amos Muhinga Kimunya, on behalf of the people of Kipiperi and Nyandarua County, vote a big yes.
I, Patrick Macau Kingola, MP Mavoko, vote yes.
I, Johanna Ngeno Kipiegon, Chebambumbu, Member of Parliament for Emurua Dikir, and on behalf of the people of Emurua Dikir, I vote no.
I, Simon Nganga Kingara, MP Roiro, on behalf of the 600,000 people of Roiro, I say yes.
I have not heard my name.
Jeremiah Kioni, on behalf of the good people of Daragwa, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to hear my name.
Michael Kingi, Member of Parliament Magarini,
On behalf of the people of Magarini, I vote yes.
I, Julius Kibiwot, Member of Parliament, Tindred constituency, I vote no.
I have not heard my name. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I, William Cheptumo Kipkiror, Member of Parliament, Baringo North, on behalf of the great people of Baringo North, Mr. Speaker, I vote a big no.
I have not heard my name.
I, Joseph Kipkoskei Tonui, Member of Parliament for Kuresoi South, on behalf of the great people of Kuresoi South who are concerned about the bottom-up economy, I vote no.
Honour members, I hope everybody, if you don't come, please, honour members, there's a member who is on virtual.
Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, who is this?
Honourable Speaker.
Who is this?
You can hear me, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Who?
This is Honourable Speaker.
Sunkuya, Honourable Sunkuya.
On behalf of the people of Kajiado West constituency, the very vast constituency, I vote yes.
Very well. Next.
Honorable Kirima Moses Gushine, Honorable Kisang William Kipkemoi, Honorable Katayama Marwa Kemero Maisori, Honorable Kitty Richard Ken Chonga, Honorable Kivai Ernest Ogesi, Honorable Koech Nelson, Honorable Kogo William Kipngetich, Honorable Conchela Gideon Sitelu, Honorable Cones Beatrice Pauline Cherono,
Please
Ready?
continue. Vote.
I, Kivai Ernest Ogesi, Member of Parliament of Vihiga constituency, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the people of Kenya have spoken through the BBI process. So I, Gideon Conchela, Member of Parliament representing the people of Kilgoris, I say yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Wilson Kogo is my name, the Member of Parliament, Jesume constituency. On behalf of the great people of Jesume constituency, I vote no.
Nelson Arab Koech, on behalf of the people of Belgut, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I, Beatrice Kirono Kones, Member of Parliament, Bomet East, I vote no.
Yes, the member who is on the... Yes, put the member. Who is it? Can you put, now, the staff, can you put through the Honorable Jane Kihara, Honorable Kimilu Joshua Kivinda, and Honorable Kirima Moses Guchine?
Hey, I'm not reading myself.
Who is this? Is he the one? The Honorable Ken Chonga, please go on.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kilifi South and Kilifi County in general, I vote yes.
Check.
Mr. Speaker, you can read me?
No, next round, not now. Proceed. Next one, Honorable Jane Kiara.
It is the same way our farmers,
Milo.
the other places you can run and everybody can come. Today is summer.
Where is this now in some?
Bring up their issues, but not the time they get that central.
They are the ones who are delaying us.
It is a run causing
Honorable Gideon Ketel, I'm told you have come. Yes. You are registered that you are going to be online.
I, Gideon Keter, I vote no.
Very well. Call Sarah. Call the name. Please, honor members, pay attention to the names when they are being called out.
Honorable Korere Sarah Paulata. Honorable Coril Generari Nixon Kiprotich. Honorable Koros Kipsengere. Honorable Kosgei Hilary Kiplangat. Honorable Kosgei Alexander Kimtai Kigen. Honorable Kostani Caleb Kipkemoi. Kipkemei. Honorable Koske Gideon Kimutai. Honorable Koskei Dominic Kipkoech. Honorable Koi John Waluke. Honorable Kuria Moses Kiarie.
Proceed, please. Honorable members, let's move fast. Honorable Sarah Korere.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mie Sarah Paulata Korere, mbunge wa Laikipia Kaskazini, napiga ndio.
Kabisa.
Mr. Speaker, I, Generali Nixon Kiprotich Korir, Member of Parliament Langata constituency, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Kipsangaret Koros, Member of Parliament Sigawet Soin, and on behalf of my people of Sigawet Soin, I'm voting no.
Honorable Hilary Kosgei.
Mr. Speaker, I, Honorable Hilary Kosgei, Member of Parliament for Kipkelion West, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Caleb Kipkemei Kositany, on behalf of the great people of Soy constituency, I vote no.
I, Gideon Kimutai Koskei, on behalf of the people of Chebalungu constituency, and on behalf of Chama Chamashinani, and for the K2 constituencies in Bomet County, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Honorable Dominic Kipkoech Koske, representing the great people of Sotik in Bomet County, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, I, Koi John Waluke, Member of Parliament for Sirisia, and on behalf of great people of Sirisia, I vote no.
Any other in that group? Proceed. Call others. Honor members, we will not wait for those who are dragging themselves. Let's proceed.
Honorable Lekum Montare Lentoi Johnny Jackson. Honorable Lentoi Manga Alois Musa. Honorable Leonard Yegon Brighton, Honorable Leshomo Mason, Honorable Lesonet Moses, Honorable Lesuda Josephine Naisula, Honorable Limo Kirui Joseph, Honorable Liza Chelule Chepkoril, Honorable Lochakapong Peter, Honorable Lomorukai Jeremiah Ekamais.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I'm Jackson Legumandare, MB Samburu East. I vote yes.
Mheshimiwa Leshomo, Samburu County, member of BBI, I vote yes.
I, Naisula Josephine Lesuda, I vote yes on behalf of Samburu West and the great women of Kenya.
Mr. Speaker, I, Alois Leontoimaga, Member of Parliament for Samburu North, on behalf of the people of Samburu North, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Peter Lochakapong, Member of Parliament for Sigor constituency in West Pokot County, I vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm Liza Chelule, a county member from Nakuru County. On behalf of the women of Nakuru County and others, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Jeremiah Ekamais Lumorkai, Member of Parliament for Loima in Turkana County, I vote yes.
Honorable Lomunokol.
There is another one.
Mr. Speaker, I, Lesonet Moses, on behalf of the people of Eldama Ravine constituency, and Mr. Speaker, Baringo County, I vote no.
Very well.
Honorable Lomunokol Mark, Honorable Luyai Caleb Amisi, Honorable Mtumbaya Justus Gesito Mugali, Honorable Maanzo Daniel Kitonga, Honorable Mabonga Moses Wekesa Mwambu, Honorable Nabulindo Peter Oscar, Honorable Maje Joseph Wathingo, Honorable Maoka Richard Maore, Honorable Mariru Patrick Kariuki, Honorable Maritim Silvanus.
I'll vote yes.
Proceed. Proceed in that order.
Lomunokol Mark, the MP for Kachaliba, West Pokot County. I vote yes.
Daniel Manzo, Member of Parliament for Makueni, for one more extra constituency, I vote yes.
Maore Maoka, Igembe North, I vote yes.
I, Justus Kizito Mugali, Member of Parliament for Shinyalu, and on behalf of Shinyalu and Kakamega County, I vote yes. Thank you.
Maje Joseph, Member of Parliament Kajiado North, I vote yes.
Silvanus Maritim, MP in Amoy constituency, I vote no.
Next. Next. Sorry, Donor members, I'm told the following persons are available now virtually. Can we hear them? Can you, Honorable Pasares Modoni, Rosana?
Honorable Speaker, I, Esther Rosanna Pasaris, vote yes on behalf of the people of Nairobi and the country for peace and prosperity of this nation.
Very well. The Honorable Kemilu?
Vote.
Joshua Kemilu? The Honorable Joshua Kemilu? You know, some of the members voting online, if you have those Mulika Muizis, they can't. If we can't.
Mr. Speaker, can I come in?
Yes, please.
Dr. James Murgor. Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Murgo.
Dr. James Murgor. Dr. James Murgor, Member of Parliament, Keyo North. I vote no.
Very well.
Okay.
Can I get Kemilu, Joshua? Honorable.
Thank you.
Speaker Serem.
Who is this now?
Serem Speaker.
Is this Honorable Serem? Connelly.
Yes.
Please vote.
Yes. I, Cornelius Serem, Member of Parliament, and I constituency, I vote no.
Very well.
No.
Honorable Didimas Barasa.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Didimas Barasa.
Can I vote? Can I vote, sir?
Yes, please.
I, Didimas Barasa, Member of Parliament for Community Constituency, on behalf of the people of Community Constituency, I vote no.
Very well. Next.
So, Speaker, can I vote?
Yes. Honorable Kimilo, please vote.
Yes. I vote yes, Speaker.
Who is that?
I vote yes. I vote.
Who? Kimilo. Can you just shout your name?
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Now tell them not to introduce their partners. Fred Ouda, the Honorable Fred Ouda, member for Kisumu Town. Fred Ouda. Are we able to get this?
Yes. Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Can I vote?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Kisumu Central Constituency and the great city of Kisumu, I vote yes.
Can you bring
I
on the
vote
board
yes.
the Honorable Joseph Limo,
Speak,
member
can I-
for Kipkelion East?
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Yes.
All right, Honorable Joseph Limo, on behalf of the people of Kipkelion East in Kericho County, I vote no.
Honorable Lomenen, Turkana South. If we can't get that one,
People have not voted.
Honorable Jane Kiara, please vote.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please vote.
Yes, on behalf of the great people of Naivasha, I vote no.
Very well. Honorable Onyonka.
Hear me.
Who is this? Honorable Momoina. Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Who is this now?
Can you hear me?
Who is this? Please shout your name.
Richard Onyonka here, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of myself and the great people of Judiciary South constituency, I would like to vote yes.
Very well. Noted. Patrick Munene.
Vote.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Honorable Speaker, do I vote? Honorable James Lomenen.
Yes, please vote.
Honorable James Lomenen, do I vote, Speaker?
Yes, please vote. Honorable Lomenen.
Can I vote, Speaker?
Now.
Yes. Honorable James Lomenen, MP for Turkana South, I vote no.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Who are you?
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Soro, can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Soro.
Honorable Sharif, Speaker, can I vote?
Yes, who is this?
Honorable Soro, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Identify yourself and vote. Don't just appear on vote on screen.
I vote no. On behalf of the people of Turkana South.
That one we have taken. Let's proceed with it. I think I want now uzembe wa fulani.
Honorable Masadia Alfred Agoi.
We get
Listen, hi.
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Right. Can I speak, Speaker? Can I vote, Speaker?
Who are you?
Can I vote, Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Who are you? State your
Mr.
name.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
State your
Mr.
name.
Speaker, I vote yes.
State your name.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to vote. Honorable Soro.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote? Speaker. Can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
Let's do physical ones. I think these ones are.
Speaker, allow me vote.
Yes. Yes.
Can I vote, Speaker?
Can we do the physical ones?
Honorable
There are these ones who are there.
Legon Brighton. Honorable Masadia Alfred Agoi. Honorable Masara Peter Francis. Honorable Mawathe Julius Musili, Honorable Mbai Nimrod Bidhuka, Honorable Mbalu Jessica Nduku Kiko, Honorable Barire Siseli, Honorable Biuki Jafet Miriti Kareke, Honorable Mbogo Ali Monza, Honorable Mboko Mish Juma.
And there are these names. That should be in addition to these other members who may not have had. Please, it is good that the names be read. The Honorable Moses Kuria Kiali, the Honorable Kabeabea, member for Tigania East. Put they are in the same list.
Okay. Honorable Boni David Mwalika.
This was vote. Please say your name, constituency, vote.
My name is Brighton Yegon, MP Konoin constituency, and on behalf of Konoin, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Alfred Agoi Masadia, MP Sabatia constituency, Viga County. On behalf of people of Sabatia and Viga County, I vote yes.
I, Julius Musili Mawathe, on behalf of the great people of Embakasi South constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Jessica Mbalo, MP Kibwezi East, on behalf of the people of Kibwezi East, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I, Honorable Mishi Mboko, MP Likoni constituency, County 001, I vote yes. One more constituency for Likoni.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Honorable Kareke Mbioki, on behalf of Mala constituency, Tarakaniti County, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Mbogo Ali Menza, MP Kisauni, on behalf of the great people of Kisauni constituency, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Peter Francis Masara, MP Suna West, on behalf of the great people of Suna West constituency and my neighbor Kuria West, I vote yes.
I, Cecily Mbarire, nominated Member of Parliament, on behalf of the people of Embu, I vote no.
Speaker, I, Jospat Gishonge Kabeabea, Member of Parliament for Tigania East, I stand for what I believe in, and therefore I vote no.
I, Deputy Mwalika Boni, Member of Parliament, Kitui Ruto, I vote yes.
Honorable Boy Robert, Honorable Milemba Jeremiah Omboko, Honorable Mishra Swarup Rajan, Honorable Mizingi Lydia Haika Mnene, Honorable Lolwa Jones Mwagogo, Honorable Mogaka Vincent Kemosi, Honorable Mohammed Abdikaim Osman, Honorable Mohammed Ahmed Kolosh, Honorable Mohammed Asha Hussein, Honorable Mohammed Ali.
I, Robert Mbui, Member of Parliament for Kadhiani constituency, I vote yes.
Speaker, sir, I, Dr. Surup Ranjan Mishra, Kipra Barab Chelule, on behalf of great and good people of Keses, I say big yes. Thank you.
Speaker, Mwalimu Omboko Milemba, and on behalf of the people of Emuhaya, I vote yes.
Bwana Spika, tulikuwa na Rais Suluhu jana, wacha nijaribu Kiswahili. Mimi Ahmed Kolosh Muhammad, mjumbe wa Wajir Magharibi, kwa niaba ya watu wangu napiga ndio.
Mimi Mohamed Ali Mohamed, kwa niaba ya wakazi wa eneo bunge la Nyali na taifa mzima kwa jumla napiga no.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Garissa County, on behalf of the people of Fafi constituency, and being a beneficiary of World Bank project from national government of the president of, on behalf of our president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and on behalf of my party, let me finish, my friends. On behalf of my party stand and my party leader Gideon Moi, I vote yes.
Okay, honourable members, I'm told that now let them introduce themselves and vote. Those ones from the screen. Now bring them quickly.
Speaker, can I vote?
Yes, you can vote, but say your name.
My name is Ahmed Abdisalam Ibrahim, MP, Wajir North constituency. On behalf of the great people of Wajir North constituency, I vote yes.
Can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
Can I
vote, Mr. Speaker?
Can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, yes.
Honorable Sharif Lamu.
Can I vote, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mohammed Ali?
Constituency, please.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sharif, can I vote?
South Mogrango, Mr. Speaker.
Vote.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mohammed Ali Turkana is I vote no.
Mr.
Turkana is. Ali Lokiro, yes. He indicated.
Mr. Speaker?
But you vote. I mean.
Honorable Mohammed MP East, I vote no.
Honorable Sharif Othman Ali, MP Lamu East, on my behalf and behalf of my people, I vote no.
Honorable Soro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Honorable Silvana Zosoro on behalf of the great people of South Mogrango and on behalf of the Kisi people and Kisi nation. I refuse dictatorship and vote no. Yes, my people are here, Mr. Speaker, my people.
Honorable member, if you are not going to vote alone, if you are going to tag along with the villagers, it will not be counted.
Honorable Speaker, I am in the constituency. Go to your office if you are in the constituency.
You know, the rules are very clear. If you decide to go and
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I hear you. Let me step aside.
Let's go on with the serious people. Let's go with the people who are here. No, these ones in the village, they will come later. Can you call out names of people who are in the chamber?
Honorable Mohammed Mohamud Sheikh, Honorable Moi Kipruto, Honorable Momanyi Ben George Orori, Honorable Momanyi Jerusha Mongina, Honorable Moses Shandrak John, Honorable Musheke Halima Yusuf, Honorable Mushira Michael Mwangi, Honorable Mugambi James Gishuki, Honorable Muhanda Elsie Gusihile.
Please, honor members.
Honorable Speaker, Kipruto Moi, representing the people of Rongai constituency, I vote yes.
I, Ben Momanyi, the Member of Parliament for Barabu, and the BBI coordinator, Nyamira Kisii, and Kuria, I vote yes!
Honorable Speaker, Member of Parliament, Nyamira, representing the people of Nyamira, I vote yes.
I, Honorable Shadrach Mose, Member of Parliament of the great people of Kitut Masaba in Nyamira County, and getting a new constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. My name is
Honorable
Halima
Speaker.
Mucheke. Nominated, I vote yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Professor Mahmoud Sheikh, Member of Parliament for Wajir South constituency, that comprises of 300,000 population with a landmass of nearly 23,000 landmass. That could not get a constituency on this. However, for the love of my country and the President, I vote yes. Thank you.
Michael Mwangi Mushira, MP Orojororok, I vote yes.
I, Geshoke Mogambi, MP Odaya, I vote big yes.
Honorable Muwana Titus Hamala, Honorable Mukuha Gabriel
Mr. Speaker, can I?
Honorable Simiu Majimbo Kalasinga Joseph Wekesa, Honorable Mule Stephen Mutinda, Honorable Muli Fabian Kule, Honorable Mulu Benson Makali, Honorable Mulyungi Gideon Mutemi, Honorable Mumo Ross Museo, Honorable Munyaka Victor Kioko, Honorable Murgo James Kosgei.
Please, honor members.
Okay.
Yes, Honorable Hamala.
Honorable Speaker, I, Muhwana Hamala, Titus Bishop, member for Lurambi, and helping out Navakholo and Lurambi, correcting the injustice of the boundary, I vote yes.
Majimbo Kalasinga, member.
Yeah, proceed, that Kalasinga. Proceed, member.
Member Kapchai, Majimbo Kalasinga, I vote yes.
Very well. Kalasinga, you have taken your vote. Honorable Kago.
Mr. Speaker.
Majimbo Kalasinga, Kapchai, I vote yes.
Tell him it's been recorded. Who is that one now appearing? Honorable Member for Githunguri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I, Gabriel Kago Mukuha Walidia, on behalf of the great people of Githunguri constituency and on behalf of the densely populated Kiambu County, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. Makali Mulu, MP for Kitui Central, despite not agreeing with Schedule 2, on behalf of the good people of Kitui Central, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, did you get my vote?
Yeah, yours was recorded long ago.
Honorable Speaker,
I, Gideon Mutemi Mulyungi, on behalf of the people of Mwingi Central and on behalf of Kitui County, I vote yes.
I, Dr. Victor Kioko Munyaka, Member of Parliament, Machakos Town, I vote no.
Very well. Any names? Anybody on the screen?
Mr. Speaker, the host is muting us.
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Yes. Who is this?
Mr. Speaker, I vote.
You have already voted.
Mr. Speaker, for Bode constituency, Meru County, I want to vote no on behalf of people of Bode.
Very well, noted.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Baro.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Akel Naramat, Lemanke Naramat, member of Narok East. People of Narok East, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, have you got my vote, Majimbo Kalazinga?
Yes.
Tangu zile ile gari nyingine mmevaulisha ile mmepunguza. Sasa ungeandaje kabla mja confirm?
Member for Kuria West, Honorable Mathias Robi. Is it
Hello?
Yeah, call others.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Speaker, can I vote? Can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, identify yourself before asking. I do my word.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Please. Introduce
Can I
yourself
vote?
and the constituency
Yes.
represent for record.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Nyakach, I vote yes.
Very well.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the court is
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of Nyakach, I vote yes.
It's been recorded. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Yes?
Mheshimiwa Speaker.
That sounds like the Honorable Namsi Naomi Shaban.
Yes, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Yes. Proceed.
Mimi, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Naam.
Unaniruhusu? Mimi Daktari Naomi Shaban, mbunge wa Taveta, kwa niaba ya watu wangu wa Taveta, ninapiga kura ya ndio.
Very well. Recorded.
Can I speak, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Mark Nyamita, member for Uriri. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Mark Nyamita, Member of Parliament for Uriri, and on behalf of the people of Uriri and the great people of Migori, Mr. Speaker, I vote a big yes.
Very well, noted. Can you bring on board the member of
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Who is this? Aramat has already voted. Narok East.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Tekla
can I vote? Teklatum Nandi County.
Of course.
Teklatum Nandi County, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Have you gotten me, Honorable Speaker, sir?
Very well, loud and clear.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Ken Aramat.
You've already voted, Honorable Aramat. Narok East, we've already taken your vote. Wait for the second chance.
The people of Narok East.
Let's proceed with
Honorable Murungara George Gitonga, Honorable Murungi Kaduri, Honorable Musau Vincent Musioka, Honorable Musimba Patrick Mweu, Honorable Mutai Japheth Kiplangat, Honorable Mudama Stanley Muiruri, Honorable Mutua Florence Mwikali, Honorable Mutunga John Kanidia, Honorable Muturi Geoffrey Kingangi.
Thank you. I, George Gitonga Murugara, with the following instructions from the people of the Raka constituency, vote no.
Mimi Kadhuri Muronge, mjumbe wa South Imenti constituency, mimi napiga kura ya ndio.
Patrick Musimba, Kibwezi West constituency, yes.
I, Honorable Stanley Muiruri Mudhama, Member of Parliament, Lamu West, on behalf of Lamu West constituency and Lamu County, I vote yes.
Ngoja kwanza. Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Japheth Kiplangat Mutai Kipterkej, representing the great people of Bureti, on my own behalf, and the great people of Bureti and Kericho County, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, I, Jeffrey Kingangi Muturi, on behalf of the people of Bere South, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. John Kanyuithia Mutunga, on behalf of the people of Tigania West and on my own behalf, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Florence Mutua, on behalf of the great people of Busia County, I vote yes.
Next, proceed. Call more names.
Honorable Mwadime Andrew, Honorable Mwakuoma Danson, Honorable Mwale Nicholas Scott Tindi, Honorable Mwalio Joshua Mbidi, Honorable Mwambire Tendi Gumbao, Honorable Mwamkale William Kamoti, Honorable Mwangaza Kawira, Honorable Mwangi Benjamin Gadhiru, Honorable Mwangi James Gichui, Honorable Mwangi Jona Mburu.
Ni ngapi nikutumia saa hii?
Piga kura. Piga kura mheshimiwa. Piga kura yako mheshimiwa Kirima.
I, Honorable Andrew Mwadime, MP Mwatate, Taita Taveta County, on behalf of Mwatate people, I vote yes.
I, John Amburu Mwangi, MP Lari constituency, I vote yes.
I, Honorable Ted Mwambire, Guns MP in Kilifi County, I vote yes.
I, Kamoti Mwamkale, representing the great people of Rabai, I vote yes.
I, Benjamin Gadhiro Mwangi, I'm a Major Donk, MP Embakasi Central Constituency in Nairobi County. I vote yes.
I, James Geshuhi Mwangi, MP Central Constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Bishop Mwangaza Kawira, MP Meru County, because of additional 2 constituencies, which means more resources to my people, I vote yes.
Honorable Girema, you appear to. Can you put him on? That Honorable Girema. Honorable Girema Moses Kuchine.
Yes, Speaker, can hear you.
Yes, can you vote?
Hello.
What, vote?
Yes, Speaker.
Vote.
Can you get me now?
Everybody can hear you in the chamber.
Yes. Yes, I want to vote.
Please go ahead.
Yes, on behalf of people of Central Imenti. Yes, on behalf of people of Central Imenti and Meru in general. I have instructions from my people to vote no.
Very well. I think the people are giving instructions properly. Proceed.
Honorable Mwaniki Ruth, Honorable Manyaje Gertrude Mbeyu, Honorable Mwashetani Katib Abdallah, Honorable Mwadhi Peter Mungai, Honorable Mirigi John Paul, Honorable Naika Johnson Manya, Honorable Nakara John Lodepe, Honorable Nakuleu Christopher Doye, Honorable Nanok Daniel Epuyo, Honorable Nasir Abdul Somad Sherif.
Proceed, all members. Member for Kegumo.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, my name is Wangare Mwaneki, MP for Kegumo. On behalf of the great people of Kegumo constituency, in the spirit of Jiriwa Karaoke, our forefather, I vote a big yes.
Mimi Atibu Abdallah Mashetani, mjumbe wa Lungalunga Kwale County, kwa niaba ya watukufu wa Kwale napiga kura ndio.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Honorable Peter Mwadhi, MP Limuru, BBI Coordinating Secretary in Mount Kenya. And on behalf of my great people of Limuru and my good neighbors of Kikuyu, I vote yes.
Thank you. John Paul Mwirigi, MP Egembe South Constituency, Meru County. On behalf of the people of Egembe South, and because of the closure of Miraa Market, Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, Lodepe Nakara John, member for Turkana Central Constituency. On behalf of Turkana Central, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm Honorable Gertrude Mbeyu Munyanje, the Kilifi County MP, and on behalf of the county of Kilifi, including Malindi constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mimi Abdul Somad Sharif Nasir kwa niaba ya wanamvita Bwana Spika, nataka kupiga kura ndio, yes, na Ramadhani kama hii, Ramadhani ijayo, Wakenya watajua faida ya hii BBI kuweza kupita. Asante sana.
Hello, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I, Johnson Manya Naika, on behalf of the great people of Mumias West, the land of King Nabongo Mumia, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Yes, who is this? Please state your name and constituency and vote.
Mr. Speaker, I, Caleb Amisi Luyai, on behalf of the people of Saboti constituency, I vote yes.
Very well noted.
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Yes.
This is Danson Mwashako Mwakubona, Member of Parliament for Undanyi. I vote yes.
Noted.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker. Daniel Epuyo Nanok, MP Turkana West. I vote no.
Nanok Epuyo.
Honorable Speaker, did you capture my yes vote?
Yes, we did. Can I get Honorable Patrick Munene and Honorable Vincent Tuwei? Honorable Vincent Tuwei, member for Mosop, is shown to be also virtual, and Honorable Patrick Munene.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Yes. But that one has already voted.
Can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
You have already voted.
Honorable Ndirangu Isaac Waihenya, Honorable Girishi Purity Wangoi, Honorable Ngongo Badi John, Honorable Gugi Joseph Duati, Honorable Nguna Charles Gusia, Honorable Ngunjiri Onesmus Kimani, Honorable Gangua Charles Muriuki, Honorable Njiru Eric Mushangi, Honorable Jiru Jen Wanjuki, Honorable Jomo Jude Kangede.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Patrick Munene here, can I vote?
Yes, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I'm Honorable Patrick Munene, Chukega Bangombe constituency, with a lot of respect for the President, Honorable Speaker, and honoring my people of Chukega Bangombe who really wanted an extra constituency, that is Chuka de Gambangombe constituency, and we didn't get it. I vote no.
Very well. Noted.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi Waihenya Diragu, mbunge walohesabu, kwa niaba ya watu walohesabu na kubaliana na hoja, napiga kura ya ndio.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, John Badi Ngongo, MP Suba South, votes yes.
Mr. Speaker, Charles Nguzi Aguna, CNN, MP Mwingi West, on behalf of my great people of Mwingi West, I vote yes.
I, Onesmus Kimani Ngunjiri, MP Bahati, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Muriuki Njagagua, Member of Parliament, Better North, For and on behalf of the people of Mera North, I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Mushangi Karemba, Member of Parliament for Runyenjes constituency, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, to avoid a bloated parliament and to withhold independence of the judiciary, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, I, Joseph Ndwati Ngoge, MP Gatanga, I vote a big yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Jane Wanjoke, Jiro, aka Vitima, MP Embu County, I vote yes.
I, Jude Jomo, the servant of the people of Kiambu, vote yes.
Soma Joroge Mere wa Maua wa Idhera.
Majina isikiji.
Sofia Abdi. Nu Junet Sheikh.
What is happening? People cannot hear.
Nyaga Beatrice Nkava.
People cannot hear what they are. People can't hear.
Nyaga Beatrice Nkava. Nyaga John Mushiri. Nyamai Rachel Kaki. Nyamita Mark Ogola. Nyamoko Josh Nyamache. Nyenze Edith Fevi. Nikal James Wambora. Nyoro Samson Dindi. Zambia Dhudias Kidhua. Zengu Paul Musimi. Zioka Erastus Kivazu.
Their eye.
I, Purity Wangoi Ngirishi, MP Kirinyaga County, in full recognition of their duty to me and what they have said I should do, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Joash Nyamache Nyamoko, representing the good people of North Mogrango constituency in Nyamira County, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, mimi Junet Mohamed, kwa niaba ya wakazi wa Suna Mashariki na kwa niaba ya ODM na kwa niaba ya baba napiga ndio.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Beatrice Nkadha Nyaga, on behalf of the people of the Rakanidi County who have not gotten a constituency, I say no, no, no.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am Mary Wamaua Joroge, Member of Parliament, Maragua constituency. I vote yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I, Sophia Abdi Nur, Member of Parliament for Ijara, on behalf of the late Mzee Mohamed Yusuf Haji, who was the chair of BBI, on behalf of the people of Garissa, on behalf of Ijara people who are left out and who are not appreciated in the size, I support and I say yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Dr. Rachel Kaki Nyamai, representing the people of Kitui South and my neighbors in Kitui East, I vote yes.
Bismillah. I, Amina Gedo Hassan, representing Mandera County, on behalf of the entire Mandera County and Northeastern Province and the Muslim fraternity in this country, I proudly vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, High Honorable Hedi Nyenze, Member of Parliament, Kitui West, and on behalf of the people of Kitui West and Kitui County, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Engineer Paul Nzengu, Member of Parliament, Mwingi North, Kitui County, and on behalf of the people of Mwingi North, even though Kitui County did not get any constituency, for the prosperity of this country, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Engineer Nzambia, TK, Member of Parliament, Kilome constituency, on behalf of the people of Kilome and the Wiper Party, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I am Dede Nyoro, and on behalf of the people of Kiharu, the people of Muranga, and the entire Hustler Nation, I say a big no. No to deception, no to conmanship. And to those of you making noise, there is nothing you can do to me. Cowards, traitors, sellouts.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I, Erastus Kivasunzioka, Member of Parliament, Boni, on behalf of the Boni people, residents and voters, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Masinga constituency, my name is Joshua Mwalio, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. James Wambura Nyikal, MP Seme, on behalf of the people of Seme and on behalf of myself, I vote yes.
Soma mengine.
Obare Eve Akinyi, Obiri Innocent Mamanyi, Obo Rueda Mohammed, Ochieng David Ouma, Ochieng Pamela Awor, Odanga Geoffrey Makoha, Odege Tom Mboya, Odhiambo Elisha Ochieng, Odhiambo Millie Grace Akoth, Oduol Professor Jacqueline Adhiambo, Oduor Christine Ombaka, Ogola Gideon Ochanda, Ogutu Zadok Abel, Okelo Jared Odoyo, Okoth Bernard Otieno.
Okay. I, Eve Akinyi Obara, representing the good people of Kabondo Kasipul constituency, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Dr. Pamela Awor Ochieng, on my own behalf and behalf of Migori County, especially Kuria West and East members who love inclusivity, I vote a big yes.
I, Tom Boya Odege, MP Nyatike constituency, I vote yes.
I, David Ochieng of Ugenya, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Elisha Ochieng Odhiambo, the MP for Game, on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Game, I vote a big yes.
Kwa majina naitwa Captain Rueda Mohamed, mbunge wa kike wa kaunti ya Lamu. kwa sababu tunaongezwa milioni 400, hizo pia ni pesa. Kwa niaba ya watu wangu wa Lamu, rais wetu mpendwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na Gideon Moi, napiga kura ya ndio.
Honorable Speaker, I, Professor Jacqueline Adhiambo Oduol, specially elected Member of Parliament, on behalf of my constituency, the ODM party and Baba, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Dr. Christine Oduor Ombaka, MP of Siaya, I vote a gigantic yes.
Bwana Spika, nilitumwa na watu wa Muhoroni kuja kumpigia Bwana Raila Odinga na Uhuru kura, kwa hivyo napiga ndio.
Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa niaba ya watu wa eneo bunge la Matayos, mimi Odanga Geoffrey Makoha, kura yangu ni ya ndio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Honorable Millie Grace Akoth Odhiambo, Member of Parliament, Suba North, and on behalf of the people of Suba North and the women of Kenya, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, Ochanda Gideon, I represent Bondo constituency, and on behalf of the Bondo constituents, is definitely yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Professor Zadu Kabelogutu, Wamachoge Borabu constituency, on behalf of my voters and the people of Gusii Nation, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, Imran Banadukoth, Member of Parliament, Kibra constituency, custodian of Baba's bedroom, I vote yes on behalf of the people of Kibra.
Honorable Vincent Way, can you vote? We can hear you, Honorable.
Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Piga kura sasa.
Asante sana Bwana Spika, kwa niaba ya wananchi na wapiga kura wote wa Mosop wameniamuru.
Wamekuamrisha na ukapotea.
Bwana Spika, umenipata?
Hatukupata vile umeamrishwa.
Amri ya wananchi ni amri ya Mungu.
Wamesemaje?
Napiga la.
La. Tuweza kumsikia naye Mheshimiwa Asha Mohamed.
Tunasikia?
Tumepata yako Mheshimiwa Tubei. If we can't get the Honorable Aisha Mohamed, can we get the Honorable Soipan Tuya?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Honorable Speaker, I, Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, Member of Parliament for Narok County, prompted by the apparent erosion of the gains made with the women of Kenya, prompted by the misplaced priority nature of this exercise, on behalf of the people of Narok, I vote no.
Can we get this other member, Honorable Asha Mohamed? Online here to vote one, Asha Mohamed. Honorable. If not online, can we move on?
Okwome Andrew Adipo, Olekenta Richard Moitalel, Olelemein Dr. Korei, Ole Metito Kato Judah, Ole Sankok David, Oluosh Anthony Tom, Omboko Ezekiel Mashobu, Omulele Christopher, Omuse Godfrey, Omwera George Aladwa.
Honorable Sangok voted. You voted, you cannot vote again. Proceed.
I, Nasri Sahal Ibrahim, nominated MP, on behalf of the people of Wajer South, we need another constituency. I vote yes.
I, Anna Mohamed Gure, County MP Garissa, on behalf of Garissa County and the entire Northeastern, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, I, Hassan Oda Ulufo, Member of Parliament for Isiolo North, given that this bill was introduced through popular initiative and the limited role of National Assembly, so that my people can get opportunity to vote on it, I vote yes.
I, Moitalelo Lekenta, Member of Parliament, Narok North, on behalf of the people of Narok North, and on behalf of the Maasai Nation, I vote yes.
I, Andrew Adipo Kwame, Member of Parliament for Karachuonyo, Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of Karachuonyo and on my own behalf, I do say yes.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi ni Ezekiel Machogo Mbaki, kwa niaba ya watu wangu wa Nyaribari Masaba, napiga ndio.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Honorable George Alado Omwera, MP Makadara Constituency, Nairobi County, Regional Coordinator, BBI Nairobi Region, I vote yes. Honorable Speaker, my name is Anthony Oluoch, Member of Parliament, Mathare constituency, and on behalf of the entire Nairobi County, and in particular Mathare constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, Christopher Omulele, Member of Parliament, Rwanda, and on behalf of the people of Rwanda, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, Katole Metito is my name, Kajiado South, and on behalf of the people of Kajiado South and Kajiado County, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. Koreile Main, representing the people of Narok South, Narok County, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great and highly valued people of Nyando constituency, I, Jared Okello, Member of Parliament representing Nyando constituency, take this chance to vote a capital yes.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Teso South and Busia County at large, and on behalf of Baba, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Bernard Masaka Shinali, MP for Ikolomani, I vote yes. And Mr. Speaker, beg to withdraw from the room, from the chamber, because I've had a calamity in my area. A mine has collapsed on people. I want to go, I beg, I go and attend to that matter, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I also wish to vote yes in the next stage.
It will be noted. The member has to go to... No.
Ongera Janet. Ososi Godfrey.
Special case.
Oundo Dr. Wilberforce Ojiambo. Owino John Walter. Owino Martin Peters. Oyo James Onyango. Oyula Joseph Maero. Kosing David Losioko. Kukose Dr. Robert. Salim Faisal Abdallah Bader. Raso Dido Ali.
Honorable Speaker, I, Honorable Senator Janet Ongera, member of Kisii County, on behalf of the people of Kisii County, Mr. Speaker, and also being one of the promoters of this amendment bill, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Godfrey Osotsi, nominated Member of Parliament, recognizing, appreciating, and reaffirming that no one can stop reggae, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. Jambo Undo, MP for Funyula, and on behalf of people of Funyula, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Walter Owino, representing the great people of Awendo, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Butula and on my own behalf, I vote yes. My name is Joseph Mairo Oyula.
Honorable Speaker, I, Martin Peters Owino Woodchief, MP for Ndewa. On behalf of the great people of Ndewa, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Honorable David Kosing, MP Pokot South, and BBI Coordinator West Pokot, on behalf of the great people of Pokot South, I vote yes.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi Faisal Badir Salim, mbunge wa Msambweni, kwa niaba ya watu wangwana wa Msambweni, napiga kura ya ndio.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dr. Robert Pukose, Member of Parliament, Endebess constituency, and on behalf of the support community who presented their views demanding a county, and they were denied, and having been marginalized by both the colonialists and the post-colonial government, I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, Dido Raso, MP Saku, on behalf of the great people of Saku, I vote no.
Next.
Robbie Matthias Nyamabe, Rono Daniel Kipkogei, Sambu Bernard Alfred Wekesa, Serem Joshua Kutuny, Seronei Same Kipkorir, Shamala Jennifer, Shibwa Omar Munyi, Sholei Gladys Boss, Shurie Abdi Omar, Simiu David Eseli, Sitati Daniel Wanyama, Sitienei Janet Chepkemboi, Sosion Wilson, Sudi Oscar Kipchumba.
Proceed. Proceed, Honorable Rono.
Clear that may BBI die. I vote no.
Bwana Spika, nashukuru kwa nafasi hii. Ni furaha mbwito kama mwana aliyepata mwana kwa fursa hii kusimama hapa mbele kwa niaba ya wakahaji ambao nawakilisha bunge la Cherang'any, na vile kama naibu mkuu wa chama tawala cha Jubilee, na vile kama mkereketwa na mwenye amepata manufaa kupata eneo bunge mbili, kaskazini Cherang'any na kusini Cherang'any. Niko hapa kupiga kura ya ndio bila kulalamika, na sio kuua BBI lakini kuifufua na kuipatia maisha ya milele. Asante. Shabash.
Honorable Speaker, I, Jennifer Shamala, Member of Parliament representing Special Interests, vote yes.
Mimi Abdi Omar Shurie, mbunge wa Balambala, na kwa niaba watu wa Balambala napeana kura yangu ya ndio.
I, Wilson Sosion, nominated member representing the interest of all the workers in the Republic of Kenya, I vote yes.
I, Gladys Boss-Sholei, member for Uasin Gishu County, on behalf of the people of Uasin Gishu, I vote no to this two-man initiative disguised as a popular initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Honorable Sami Arap Seronei. I, Sami Arap Seronei, Member of Parliament of Wiper Party, and on behalf of the good people of Wiper Democratic Movement, His Excellency Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, and the people, the marginalized group in Kenya, the minority group, I vote yes.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi Daktari Daudi Eseli Simiyu nikiwa mwakilishi bunge eneo bunge la Tongaren, ningependa kupiga kura ya ndio.
Honorable Speaker, I, Dan Wanyama Sitati, on behalf of the good people of Webuye, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Janet Chepkemboi Sitiene, Rotich, MP Taribo constituency, Hustlers Bedroom, and the entire Hustler Nation, I vote no.
Next.
Tandaza Kasim Sawa, Tayari Benjamin Dalut Stephen, Tepo Abdi Koropu, Deuri George, Tuku Sakare Kwenya, Tiren Silas Kipkoech, Tobiko Peris Pesi, Tomitomi Lilian Chepto, Tongi Richard Nyagaka, Tongoyo Gabriel Koshal, Tonui Ronald Kiprotich, Tuitoek Daniel Kamuren, to Washira Joseph Kabinga.
Bwana Spika, mimi Mheshimiwa Tandaza Sawa, engineer, coordinator wa BBI Kwale County na mbunge wa Matuga, kwa niaba yangu na watu wa Matuga na Kwale kwa ujumla, ninapiga ndio, ndio, ndio.
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi Benjamin Dalu Stephen Tayari, mbunge wa eneo bunge la Kinango, kwa niaba ya watu wa Kinango na Kwale kwa jumla, napiga ndio.
I, George Deuri, on behalf of the people of Embakasi West, I vote no, no, no.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Abdi Koropu Tepo, Member of Parliament for Isiolo South, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I, Richard Nyagaka Tongi, Member of Parliament, Nyaribari Chache, in honor of the late Simeon Nyachai, and for the love of the President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, even when we didn't get a constituency in Kisii County, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Ronald Kiprotich Chanui, MB Bomet Central, on behalf of our people of Bomet Central, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Kwenya Thuku, Member of Parliament for Kinangop constituency, and on behalf of the great people of Kinangop, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Gabriel Koshal Tongoyo, Member of Parliament for Narok West constituency, and on behalf of Narok West constituency and the great people of Narok County, whose views and aspirations were ignored, were presented at the Lentimama Stadium, I vote a big no.
I, Silas K. Tiren, MP Moiben constituency, on behalf of the great people of Moiben, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am Paris Tobiko, representing Kajiado East constituency and the entire Kajiado County, which has voted yes. I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Dr. Daniel Tutaek. On behalf of the people of Mogotio and all the Aslas, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker, I, Josephat Kabinga Washira Wadhai wa Mushere, on behalf of the great people of Mwea, people that feed this nation with lice, I vote yes, yes, yes.
Next. Let's move fast.
Washira Rahab Mokami, Wahome Alice Mudhoni, Wahungu Crisantas Wamalwa, Wamashukuru James Githua Kamau, Wambilianga Catherine Najala, Wambugu John Munene, Wambugu Martin Derek Ngunjiri, Wamuchomba Gadhoni, Wamunyinyi Adhanas Misiku Wafula, Wandai James Opio, Wanga Gladys Atieno Nyasuna, Wangaya Christopher Aseka, Wangwe Emmanuel, Wanjala Rafael Bita Sauti, Wanjera Mother Wangare, Wanyama Janet Nagambo.
Mr. Speaker, I, Wamalwa Wahungu Crisantus, Member of Parliament for Kiminini, and on behalf of the great people of Kiminini constituency and Ford Kenya Party, I vote yes.
I, Rehab Mukami Maendeleo Mashinani, County MP, Nyeri County, on behalf of Nyeri County, I vote no.
I, Alice Mudhoni Wahome,
Member of Parliament for Kandara constituency, on my own behalf, on behalf of Kandara, and on behalf of Murang'a and the entire Republic of Kenya, and in defense and promotion of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, I vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Edua Mashukuru, representing the great people of Kabete, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, John Munene Wabogo, MP, Kirinyaga Central, on behalf of the great people of Kirinyaga Central, I vote yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Martha Wangari Wanjera, MP Gilgil constituency, Nakuru County, and on behalf of those people that are watching who are Gilgil constituents, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Gunjiri Wambogo, Martin Derrick, on behalf of the great people of Nyeri Town constituency, on behalf of the great people of Nyeri County, I vote yes. Kimeeleweka.
I, Christopher Aseka Wangaya, on my own behalf and on behalf of the residents of Wisero, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, I, Gathoni Wamushomba, County Woman MP representing the greatest county in Kenya in terms of population, which is not rural, which is not urban, is a rural county, and the home of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, I proudly vote yes. Kimeeleweka kabisa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Gladys Atieno Nyasunawanga, Member of Parliament from Homa Bay County, on behalf of the people of Homa Bay, I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Opio Wandai, representing Ugunja constituency, I vote yes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I, Honorable Raphael Bita Sauti Wanjala, representing Budalangi constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, I, Atanas Misiko Wafula Wamunyinyi, on behalf of the great people of Kandui constituency and the party I lead, Ford Kenya, I say yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, Catherine Wanjiku Waruguru, on behalf of the people of Laikipia, particularly Laikipia West, and the acting Member of Parliament, Laikipia East, I wish to give at the floor of the House, intimidating members and telling them you can shout and there's nowhere we'll take you. Please, kamata dawa yako pole pole, kimeumana. Gonjiri ako ndani ya yes, nothing you can do, Titi Nyoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I, Emmanuel Wangwe, Member of Parliament for Navaholo, on behalf of my great people of Navaholo, and those who are supportive to this cause, Honorable Speaker, I say and vote yes.
Honorable Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Matthias Robi,
on behalf of the
MP
people of
Kuria West,
Kakamega,
I vote
On
yes.
behalf of people of Kuria, I vote no.
That is member for Kuria West. No, we got the
Yes,
Honorable
Mr.
Elsie
Speaker.
Muhandas.
Okay,
She
Mr.
voted
Speaker,
yes.
I, Elsie
Mr.
Muhanda.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Incidentally, I had both. I had the Honorable Matthias Robbie, member for Kuria West, as having voted no. I have the Honorable Elsie Muhanda, member for Kakamega County, as having voted yes. I mean, what else?
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Tumekusikia kwa kishindo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tumesikia sauti yako na kwamba umepiga kura la. Any other on yeah? Let's finish this one now. This one.
Wanyonyi Ferdinand Kevin, Honorable. Wario Ali, Wario Galicha Gufu, Washiali Benjamin Jomo, Waweru John Kiarie, Were Charles Ongondo, Yusuf Adan Haji.
Is that all? Formation. Please, can we get that? That's the last list.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
My name's Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County, and on the behalf of the people of Kwanza and the entire Trans Nzoia, because we are getting 2 additional constituencies, I vote yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, on behalf of the people of Mumias East, I vote no. My name is Benjamin Jomo Washiali.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I, Kalicha Gufu Wario, on behalf of the great people of Moyale, and because of the reason they know, one of which is insecurity in Moyale and Marsabit County, I abstain.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I, Charles Ongondowere, MP Kasipul, and on behalf of the great people of Kasipul, I hereby vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of the Greater South constituency, who expressly expressed their will when the signing of the signatures was being done for BBI and emerged the last in signature collection, Mr. Speaker, I, John Kiarie Waweru, conscientiously vote no.
Mr. Speaker, sir, being the last on the list, but not the least, I, Adan Haji Yusuf, MP Mandera West, on behalf of Mandera West and the entire Mandera County, I vote yes.
Honour members, before we go to any that may be pending online, if any member who is in the chamber has not had their name called out or has not voted and desires so to do, either way, please step forward. The Honorable Joyce Coril. Where is it? Step forward. Do it. Don't look at them.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I, Honorable Joyce Korir, representing Bomet County, I vote no.
Honourable members, I have this other online, Honourable Kangogo Bowen and Honourable Asha Mohammed. Is it Asha or Ashu? I don't know. These are the two That's Honorable Kagogo Buen, member for Marakwet West or East.
Marakwet East, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Marakwet East, Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Looks like it is raining where he is. Honorable Kagogo, we have taken your vote. Asha Mohammed. Asha Mohammed Hussein, the women rep, Mombasa County. The member must be heard to say in our own words. I could go through this list of all those members who are registered to vote virtually. That is Mohammed Asha Hussein, the ones remaining. Awar Joshua Aduma, sorry. Aduma has voted, isn't it? Yes. He voted, yes. Robbie Mathias, that one has voted, Kuria West, yes. Salim Veso, that one has done physically here, isn't it? The Honorable Connolly Serem, the Honorable Connolly Serem had indicated was to vote virtually. Where? He voted virtually. Very well. The Honorable Tommy Tom Lillian Cheptor, West Pokot, has not yet voted. The Honorable Wanyama Janet Nangabo, the Honorable Wario. So we have those 3, 4. Are they available?
Sasa mimi namalizia nyinyi wote wawili.
Can you log out? Can you log in the lady who is there's a lady Honorable Abilianga. Honorable Abilianga. The host, please. Can you facilitate her to vote? Ama amemute yake.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I vote yes for BBI.
Who is this? Asha Mohammed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you. I vote yes for BBI.
Thank you, thank you. It's noted. Can you get in touch also with the Honorable Wabilianga? She's Women Rep Bungoma.
I'm online.
Yes, please. Honorable Wabilianga, yes, we can see you.
I, Wambilianga, Women Rep Bungoma County, vote yes.
Great. Noted.
I vote yes, Catherine Wambilianga, Bungoma Women Rep.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. It has been noted. It has been noted, Mheshimiwa. Lakini
Isa. Also, and the one who said, I'm going to know. They're not ballots, whatever to be counted. So you want to take to the list. Then we might not be seen to cast on. Bado election hajafanya. No really. Wainange na hii ya Juja. Just na subtract here. A simple calculation.
Si lazima unmute. Weke tu hivi.
And this financial year is coming to end. Ngoja tu. Angalia bado. Kwa nini angalia watu hapo? It's quiet. It's quiet. Ana kazi hii. Kwangu ilikuwa cha ile mbaya. Ilikuwa yani kusema South Africa kwa sababu lakini nafikiri ilikuwa kwa sababu ya kampeni. Ndio mimi ndio banchek. Sina sawa jinsi ile.
If you could now resume your seats. Very well, honourable members. The total combined votes for ayes is 235 votes. The total combined votes for the nays, 83. Abstentions, 2. Total, 320. The result, therefore, means the ayes have it. And now, honourable members, having met the threshold necessary under Article 257, Clause 7 of the Constitution, and in keeping with our standing orders and as guided in my communication of Tuesday this week, we now move to Committee of the Whole House. So sorry, the clerk will read the title, read the bill for a second time. Sorry.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the constitution by popular initiative. Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members. Order. We are now getting to the Committee of the Whole for the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020.
Clause 2, Clause 3, Clause 4, Clause 5, Clause 6, Clause 7, Clause 8, Clause 9, Clause 10, Clause 11, Clause 12, Clause 13, Clause 14, Clause 15, Clause 16, Clause 17, Clause 18, Clause 19, Clause 20, Clause 21, Clause 22, Clause 23, Clause 24, Clause 25, Clause 26, Clause 27, Clause 28, Clause 29, Clause 30, Clause 31, Clause 32, Clause 33, Clause 34, Clause 35, Clause 36, Clause 37, Clause 38, Clause 39, Clause 40, Clause 41, Clause 42, Clause 43, Clause 44, Clause 45, Clause 46, Clause 47, Clause 48, Clause 49, Clause 50, Clause 51, Clause 52, Clause 53, Clause 54, Clause 55, Clause 56, Clause 57, Clause 58, Clause 59, Clause 60, Clause 61, Clause 62, Clause 63, Clause 64, Clause 65, Clause 66, Clause 67, Clause 68, Clause 69, Clause 70, Clause 71, Clause 72, Clause 73, Clause 74. Yeah, you can.
So you propose the question. Honorable members, we have the particular clauses have been read out. So I propose the question, which is that clauses 2 all the way to 74 be now read. Honorable members, I propose yet again that clauses 2 all the way to 74 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clauses 2 all the way to clause 74 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
First schedule, second schedule.
I propose the question, which is that the first schedule and the second schedule be part of the bill. I put the question, which is that the first and second schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. I put the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Now let's have the Honorable Leader of Majority Party to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Constitution of Kenya, Amendment Bill 2020, and its approval thereof without amendments.
Very well. So I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 and its approval thereof without amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable Speaker,
Is it me? Chairperson? Chairperson?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 and approved the same without amendments.
Move on.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Badi, the Leader of the Minority, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House. And let me also at this point record profound thanks for the members of this House for standing with the people of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second, and I also just want to say that for the first time, I think in a very long time, we have realized more than 2/3, a majority in this House. Thank you, honorable members. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the same reports. It's the desire of the House that I put the question. I proceed, therefore, honourable members, to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the same reports. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Is it? Order number 10. You call the order. Number 10.
No.
Yeah? You just go. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to...
Order number 10, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, 2020, third reading.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read at that time. I also request the Honorable John Buddy to second.
Honorable John Buddy.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a third time. Honourable members, I appreciate that members may be in a hurry. But honourable members, even as I put the question, this being a constitutional amendment bill, at this stage I do not expect a voice vote. But for the convenience of the House, I have decided that once I put the question, those in favor of the bill, the ayes, will move to the right of the Speaker, and those who are not in favor, the naysayers, go to the left of Mr. Speaker. Honourable members, having confirmed, as I'm required by the Constitution, honourable members, having confirmed, as required by the Constitution, that we have the quorum to now vote for the bill a third time, I therefore now proceed to put the question, which is that the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2020 be now read a third time. Honourable members, maybe for even if it is for 2-3 minutes to organize ourselves, can I, in keeping with our tradition and practice, ask the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bell, the division bell, for 5 minutes so that members can then find a space where to be. And tell us, honourable members, Order 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 members. Order members, if you could take, go back now to respective positions. Honor members, I wish to report as follows, that those who are voting virtually will do so after we have finished for smooth operations. So the staff tell the people they can still continue holding on. They will vote after after we finish the physical voting. So honor members, I wish you could, so that we can be organized and move this thing faster. These members who are standing, Awana Viti. Okay. Now, honor members, order. Let's have some silence. Let's have some silence on our members. On our members, why is it you cannot... Now, I wish to make the following announcement. That for the ayes, we have the tellers are the Honorable Joshua Kutun and the Honorable Atanas Misiko Wafula Omunyinyi. And for the nay, they are led by the Honorable Caleb Kostani and the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi. So, honor members, for smooth operation of this thing, so that all of you don't crowd here, could I propose, I don't know, all the others who are here. There? 4 people at a go. So Honorable Kimunya and the team here. No, let's do this. It will be easier this way. Let's have this portion here. No, get this one, go to the other one, go to the other one, go to the other one, and the other one, and the other one. When we finish, we start from there, coming this way. That will move faster. So please, let's start that way. Likewise, here, to avoid unnecessary crowding, I do the same. Hello? Honor members, honor members. Honor members. I think this is not. Honor members, this is not. This does not respect the protocols. And you know, some of them have been. They have just come back. They were in isolation. Honor members, this is risky.
Order all of them to be seated.
Lakini hawasikia. Unaona kuna mtu anaanza kusikia.
Then you call the name and you raise our hands up. Kabla utafute mimi niko namba 10 ama namba 50. Nikienda kutuanua na zikua
Yeah, you know, what became funny? Yeah. No, honor members, what you are doing is not good. Don't crowd there. Please, be seated. This is risky for yourselves. There is corona, honor members. I think what you are doing is, I can't believe this is if you are the ones crowding like this, then how can you be the ones going to advise please, this is risky. No.
Wacha 300,000.
Procedurally, I want to be here. I'm very tired, but I want to be here just for the historic moment that it passed here. So procedurally, what happens next?
What we are left here, we are left to follow from line to vote. Once you finish, the speaker will announce the result. Once the results are announced, the people will have either passed or defeated. And that's the end of it.
But how long will it take?
Depends on how fast these guys vote on the online.
But walipatiwa timing.
Tunawaita sasa hivi. Tunangojea wapi?
But so far many people have voted, isn't it?
Lakini kuna watu bado.
Honourable members, I hope everybody who is physically present has now voted one way or other. Staff, can you now bring those ones who are in other parts of the world? Those people who are going to vote virtually, please. The hosts.
Ali Amin Dede Mohammed.
Ali Dede Mohammed. That's a member for Laikipia East.
Laikipia East.
Go to the next. That one is
Ali Sharif Afman. Bowen David Kangogo.
Come on, Melala.
Duale Aden Bare.
Honorable Irene Kasali, I vote yes.
Honorable Aduma, I vote yes.
What? Who? Who?
I vote no.
Who is this?
Honorable Joshua Kimini,
Who is this, please?
Kaiti, I vote yes.
No. So that.
We can't hear.
Constituency. I vote yes. Thank you.
Nimeitwa bwana.
Dr. Naomi Shaban.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Can I vote?
Honorable Speaker.
Can you please, can you?
Mr. Speaker, Kangogo Bowen votes no.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Adumu Ward, I vote yes.
I'm fine.
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Who is this?
Honorable Speaker, my name is Aden Duale, I vote no.
Can I vote?
Honorable Speaker, Ostoro, can I vote?
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, Mark.
Can I vote?
Honorable Speaker, my name is Opilio Wandai. MP Ugunja, I vote yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
My name is Tim Wanyonyi, MP Westlands. I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, my name is Joshua Kiminu, I vote yes.
Joshua Kiminu.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Yeah, who is this?
Kimani Songwa.
Yes.
Kimani Songwa, Kikuyu constituency, on behalf of the people of Kikuyu and the entire Hausa nation, I vote no.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I am Ahmed Ibrahim, MP Wajir North constituency. On behalf of the people of Wajir North constituency, I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker, this is Osoro Silvanas, Member of Parliament, South Mugrango. Everything in that house today, I vote no.
Yes.
Didmas Barasa, MP Kimili constituency, I vote no.
Mr. Speaker.
I am Kuruman Hassan, MP Manisa. I vote yes.
Honorable Speaker.
I vote no.
Honorable Speaker, Aman Nyamita Uriri. I vote yes.
Mr. Speaker, can I vote?
Honorable Speaker.
Ajimbo Kalasiga Kapchai, can I vote?
This is just noise.
So Wangoe wenye wamemalizana nayo. Joro. Wenye wamevote Speaker Wangoe.
The staff, those who have voted, you should just mute them or throw them off vote.
The bus. We are almost done actually.
Do they know, can you find out do they know Jambati? Put the next one, but there's a member who voted and I don't know who it was.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, who is this?
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is Limo. Can I vote?
Yes, vote.
All right, Honorable Joseph Limo, MP Kipkelion East, on behalf of the people of Kipkelion and the Hustler Nation, I vote no.
Please, now it is a bit late. If you can just say how you are voting, your name of your constituency, we know on whose behalf you are voting. Spare us this. Please.
Next.
Kapuchai. Bring some others.
Kapuchai. Kapuchai.
The staff, those who have voted, you should get mute them or throw them off.
Nuaya. Merit.
Mr. Speaker, those who have voted, they should give us a chance to vote.
Yes. And you were speaking, who are you?
Kangogo Bowen.
Kangogo Bowen.
Yes, sir.
You have voted?
Yes, I vote no.
Yes, and it was recorded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Speaker, Amin Dedi, Laikipia East, I vote yes.
Dedi, yes. Yes. Who is the next?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Esther Basaris, Nairobi County, on behalf of the entire County of Nairobi and all the hustlers that support the BBI, I vote yes.
Esther Basaris.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
It's noted. Next. Who? Kalasinga Majimbo.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I vote yes, Kalasinga Majimbo Kapchai constituency. Yes, yes.
Loud and clear.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Sharif Athman Ali, MP Lamu East, on my behalf and on behalf of my constituency, I vote no.
Yes. Recorded. Adman.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker.
Jane Kihara.
Jane Kihara, Naivasha. Jane Kihara, Naivasha, vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Very well noted. Next.
Honorable Speaker.
That's Honorable Tekla Tum.
Honorable Speaker Tekla Tum.
Vote.
Nandi County.
Very well noted. Next.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Epuyo Nanok.
Epuyo Nanok.
MP Turkana West, I vote no.
Very well. Next. Next.
Honorable Speaker Hassan Omar, MP Mandera East, I vote yes.
Very well. Hassan Omar.
Yes.
Can you access Naomi Shaban? She's been trying to vote.
Vincent Tuwei, MP Masop, I vote no.
Very well noted, Vincent Tuwei. Next.
Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes.
Mimi Daktari Naomi Shaban napiga ndio.
Ndio.
Kura ya ndio.
Next. Simba Arati.
Okay, Honorable Opio Wandai,
Yes.
I vote yes.
Opio Wandai.
I vote yes.
Very well.
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Yes, proceed.
Honorable Patrick Munene, Chukegambangombe constituency, a constituency that really needed to divide it into two and they didn't get it. Mr. Speaker, for my people, I vote no.
Maybe you members, you know, here in the chamber, there was no opportunity for those kind of mini ones. So just say yes or no or abstention.
Speaker, my people, you need to know why I voted no. I vote no. They needed two constituencies.
Mr. Speaker, why don't you confirm the ones that have gone through?
Yours have gone through, Honorable Ijongwa.
Mine has gone through.
Even you as
Honorable Speaker Mark Nyamita.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker Mark Nyamita, Uriri constituency, I vote yes.
Very well.
Honorable Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Honorable Speaker, Caleb Amisi Saboti, I vote yes.
Very well. Next.
Speaker Danson Mwashako, MP Undanyi, I vote yes.
That's Dan Mwashako.
I vote yes.
Did you get?
Honorable Speaker, can I vote?
Yes, with this.
This is Honorable Joshua Chebiagon Kandie, MP Baringo Central. I am abstaining.
Very well, noted. Next. Next.
Maybe amelala. JK Kanuki na Ricky Chonga, but you say they are not.
Next. Is there any other? Or they are going to sleep? Any other staff you are holding us? If there is not, then there are no others. Honourable members, I could actually read out the names of those who voted earlier. I don't know how they voted, but I have the list. I have some list here.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
My name's Kulo Malim Hassan.
Yeah.
MP Vanessa, I vote yes.
Very well.
Who's that? Umesema Ekulo? Umepata huyo?
Amukusika.
Hello.
Banisa, member for Banisa.
Member for Banisa, Kulo Malim Hassan, I vote yes.
Yes. Noted. Maybe the staff could help us get this. Arati Simba. Ekomwa James Lomenen. Emaniko Joy Sakai. George Macharia Karaoke, member for Ndia. We have found the member for Banisa, yes. Hassan Omar Mohammed Malim, member for Madera East. Ibrahim Ahmed.
Honorable Speaker, I am ready to vote.
Huh?
Honorable Speaker, I am ready to vote.
Right.
Joyce Emanikor.
Yes.
I vote no.
Very well, noted. Good night. Member for Wajir North. Is already voted? Member for Kikuyu has voted. Member for Kitui, Kasalo, Irene Mudhoni. Has she voted? She is virtual. She voted the last time. Has she voted this time?
I have not voted, Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Who is this?
Honorable Robbie MP Kuria West.
Robbie?
Kuria West.
Vote.
I, Honorable Matthias Robbie MP for Kuria West, Mr. Speaker, I voted no.
Very well, it is noted. We vote Kimilu Joshua has already voted. Kirima Moses Ngochine, Central Menti has not voted this time round. Mugambi Rindikiri, member for Bori. Kitty Richard Ken Chonga, member for Kilifi South, has not voted this time. Member for Kipkelion East has voted. Member for Saboti has voted. Mombasa Women Rep, Mohammed Asha Hussein, has not voted this time round. Mohammed Lokiru Ali, Turkana East, I think that one has voted. Murgo James Kipkoske, KU North. Mutua Barasa Titimas has voted. Mwakugoma Danson Mashako has voted, I believe.
I voted yes, Mr. Speaker. Danson Mwashako.
Danson Mwashako voted yes. I remember.
Yes.
Nanok Daniel has voted Turkana West. Patrick Twiga Munene has voted. Mark Nyamita Uriri has voted. Onyego Silvana also has voted. Onyonga Richard Momoima. Onyego. That one has voted. Onyonga Richard Momoima has not voted this time round. These are the people who are registered virtually.
Can I vote, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, who is this?
This is Honorable Irene Kasalu, member for Kitui County.
Oh, please proceed, ma'am.
And I want to vote yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes. Who is this? I thought Tekla voted. Honorable Tekla Tum, you've already voted. I believe, is it true?
Good night.
Have you recorded our vote?
Yes.
Member for Nandi.
Tum, yes.
She voted.
She voted no.
Tum. Yes, she voted no.
Tum, yeah.
Honorable Tekla Tum. Yeah, you voted, it has been noted. Lala Salama. Serem Connolly, member for Aldai, has not voted this time round. Sunkuya George, Kajiado West, has not voted this time.
Mr. Speaker, have I voted?
Who is this?
Mr. Speaker, has my vote been recorded?
Who?
Mr. Speaker, this is Tim Wanyonyi.
Honorable Tim Wanyonyi has voted, you voted yes.
Yes.
That's what has been recorded. Is that correct?
Yes. Tim Wanyonyi, yes.
Honorable Wanyonyi?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, it's recorded.
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Soipan Rosalinda, member for Narok County. Honorable Sunkuya, you are alleged, it's alleged that you've taken an early nap. Did we get Owor Joshua Aduma? He has voted this time round. Very well. Rindikiri Mugambi, Moruidania.
Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm Honorable Richard Ken Chonga.
Yes, Richard Ken Chonga, please proceed. What's your vote?
Mr. Speaker, nobody can stop reggae. I vote yes on this.
Even past 11.
Yeah, but unfortunately I had some problem with my network. At least I'm back now.
Very well.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Noted. These others who are dedicated who are going to vote are not available. At least the Honorable Ali Wario, member for Bura, Honorable Janet Nagabo, she didn't vote. Tommy, West Pokot did not vote. Sunkuya, can you wake him up? Or he needs to visit the Honorable Ken Chonga to get some sound bits. Is there any member who may be trying? Who?
Mr. Speaker, confirm if I have voted.
Who? Who is this?
Honorable Robbie, have I voted, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, your vote has been recorded.
Honorable Robbie.
Yes, Robbie, yours has been noted. Kuria West.
Kuria West, thank you.
Yes. You get the Honorable Sunkuya?
Mheshimiwa Spika.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Spika.
That's member for Taveta.
Nauliza wakati unang'ang'ana kumwamsha Mheshimiwa Sunkuya, labda uangalie watu wote kama wameshapiga, haswa wale ambao wamekuwa macho kabla hawajalala.
Wamekuwa macho?
Tuko macho, hatujalala.
We have noted you have noted your vote. Good night. The Honorable Simba Arati is also, I'm sure by now, must be, is either doing that dance or he slept. Who? Honorable Gideon Keter? He has voted. Very well.
Oh, he came.
He came? Yeah, actually he came, yeah.
Sunkuya ameshaamka, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Zunkuya is on.
Ameamka, yuko macho.
Tell him to log in. Kama ako
Yeah.
macho.
Speaker,
Sunkuya anajaribu kuongea na anaonekana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Ana usingizi.
Sio usingizi, yuko macho kabisa, lakini nafikiria labda sauti imezimishwa.
yeah. Unanisikia?
Sasa
Honorable Sunkuya?
Yeah, Honorable Sunkuya, Honorable George Sunkuya, the MP for Kajiado West constituency, and on behalf of the people of Kajiado West constituency, I vote yes.
You must thank the Honorable Sonkok who has woken him up.
I vote yes, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Sunkuya, good night. You can go back to bed. No more? Can I get confirmation that there are no others?
Sasa.
Yeah?
Speaker, I confirm that Banisa Kuro Malim Hassan has voted so that I go and sleep.
Member for Banisa, I thought you voted. Or you want to repeat?
Thank you.
You are recorded, is it? You recorded it. No, we noted your vote. Honorable Wabilianga, sorry. Honorable Wabilianga, who was said to be unwell. The member for Bungoma County. Is she?
Speaker, can I confirm whether I voted?
Yeah, who is this?
MP Wajir North, Ahmed Ibrahim.
How did you vote?
I have voted yes.
It was noted. Did you record that? It was Wajir North.
It was not. Yeah, it was noted.
It's up to you.
So my voting was recognized, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Did you record?
Let me exit now.
It was recorded. It was recorded.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Wajir North. Abdisalan, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
The Vice Chair of PIC.
Vice Chair PIC, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I, Catherine Wambilianga, Women Rep of Bungoma County. I wish to vote yes once again. Yes, yes, yes.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. We are through. Staff, you can confirm. That's all? Very well. So members, I think those ones who are awake, some who are outside the jurisdiction might have already, maybe they're about to wake up. Can we get do the totals, please? Quickly.
special night in honor of BBI. The other one is 0.006%.
Haya, sawa.
Should Paul tell us, Speaker? Speaker, tell us again. Yeah, that member.
Yes, tell us, please.
Hapo.
Yes. Being fixed from up.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the tellers, I wish to report the results of the division, which is as follows. IS 224. The noes 63. Abstentions 2. Total 289. 389.
289. 289. It is 289.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon, it's 289.
Yes.
Thank you.
Very well.
Tumeisha. Tumemaliza kazi. Tumebao.
Anyway. Tuesday is what week? Tuesday is 11.
Therefore, honor members,
Tuesday 11.
just wish to, for purposes of the record,
11.
to confirm, as has been presented, the ayes 224, the nays 63, abstentions 2, total 289. The net effect, as you know, honor members, this being a bill that does not require a voice vote, the net result is the ayes have it. I therefore order that the bill be read a third time.
A bill for an act to amend the Constitution by popular initiative.
Now, honor members, time being 11 p.m., 11:53 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 11th of May, 2021 at 2:30 p.m.
Honorable